We are live.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Back again. Another Thursday night. You have found yourself. You have made your way to one of the top 100 gaming podcasts in the world. Where we're at in that list, I'm just going to leave it up to all of you to decide. You know, it's personal taste, but I know for a fact this is top 100. So we appreciate all of you joining us for another Thursday night on PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM. It is May the 18th. And Mav, do you smell that, Mav? God,
I smell something, and it smells nice, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's definitely not the decaying corpse of E3. Oh, no, that's fresh. Yes, I know what that is. That is the fresh scent of a heavyweight showcase showdown, just like the old days, folks. You know, Microsoft's had center stage for a long time, kind of by themselves. You know, past 3 years at least, I think they've kind of had E3 time all to themselves.
Yeah.
But finally, another contender stepped back into the ring with them, and it just so happens to be the other heavyweight. That's right, Sony. So we're going to get into that. This is the Showcase Showdown. We are getting close. Best time of the year. News, again, of course, we're going to talk ABK as the EU breathed life back into Xbox in a big way. All you got to do is go look at that short clip of Satya floating around to know how much life was actually breathed back into these guys. So we're going to talk about that. We got a bunch of gaming news. Obviously, Mortal Kombat Reborn. What a Thursday to be going live here with, of course, my brother from another, the owner of Fun Speculation Network, which continues to grow. Again, this show already being top 100. Probably all of his shows are top 100 at this point. That's right. The one, the only Fun Speculation, a.k.a. Mav. Brother, how's your week been?
Man, it's been pretty nice. You know, I've been busy as usual and been playing. You know what's weird? This past week, Pong, we started this on Mother's Day on Sunday. And
I know where you're going, I think. Yeah.
We've dabbled back into the realm of Fortnite.
You casual, you filthy casuals.
It's kind of got its hooks in me right now. I don't know. We've been playing it. We've played every night this week except for like one, I think. So we've been playing with Jasper and 3-Bit. Last night we even got Psychonauts to play.
I saw the DMs. I was laughing. There's only one person you haven't gotten to play.
And we're going to get there eventually. I don't know what it's going to take, but
nothing. There's Diablo coming out, Starfield. You're never getting me out for
just one match.
No, bro.
We're just
never.
One match.
No. It's right there with Zelda in my interest levels. No.
Yeah. I don't care what your interest level is. This is going to be a requirement for the fact of gaming knowledge to be the captain's chair for PM and the PM going forward, I think.
Well, I guess you're back at the captain's chair, Mav. Go ahead, take on over.
Okay. Kate's crying in the chat right now, making my wife cry. Hey, no. Besides Fortnite, just been dabbling in this and that, and having a lot of fun. There's a lot though to look forward to, and this kind of happens to me every year. Right, we get to this certain place and this certain stage where I have this issue mentally where my hype level for what's to come overshadows everything that exists currently. Right, so it's like I look at everything and it's all awesome, and I'm like, I don't want any of this stuff. I want the stuff that's not here yet, and I want the shows, and I want all this stuff.
Yeah,
I live in this like weird like hype mentality for the future without being able to appreciate the present sometimes. And it's just a thing that I've always had.
I get it.
And I am so freaking pumped for the games that are going to come out this year, for the shows that are about to happen. This is the time of year where it's ultra exciting to be a gamer. And thank you to PlayStation for finally returning to the showcase season.
Yes.
Because it is going to add something extra to this next few weeks here. It's gonna be nice, man. So I'm looking forward to that. The Xbox showcase. We're gonna talk a lot about this today, but
we are.
And then we got some Game Fest coming. Then you got the games. You got Diablo right around the corner. A new game announcement today with Mortal Kombat reboot, sort of. Mortal Kombat 1. Yes, and more to come this year. Gosh, man. This is the awesome stuff. Plus, we also have ABK news again with the EC approval. If there wasn't all this awesome gaming stuff happening, that would be dominant conversation today. And I'm sure it's still going to dominate some of it for sure. But there's a lot to talk about, man. I love it. I love it. What have you been doing? What old weird games have you been playing?
Actually, nothing old and weird this week. Nice. Again, Age of Wonders 4. Age of Empires, I always do that. Age of Wonders 4 is simply phenomenal. I posted tweets on Monday, I think, showing off my Dwarven victory that I took home. I'm just going through each race. I'm creating each race and playing through either story mode or playing through just a regular match against the AI. And this game gets better and better. Like I said it on Twitter, but I've played Civs for a long time. Like 360 Civ was like one of my best. Civ Revolution was just amazing. But I played Civs. But again, as somebody who's played a lot of 4X, considering that I'm a console owner, which is not a ton of 4X on, and there hasn't been, but there has been over the years. This game simply has given me some of the best moments I've ever had in a 4X strategy game. Just I love every piece of it. The way that they build the characters out, like Civ does it very well. Obviously, they have good actors and stuff, and they kind of give it a real flavor for the nationalities and that kind of stuff. But this game, because it's high fantasy, because you're dealing with made up stuff, they don't even do voiceovers, but the writing is so damn good. Like I'm sitting here reading, like every time a new instance pops up and I got to make a decision, like I'm reading the full thing. Like I'm not even looking at the rewards or the penalties, depending on my decision. I'm reading through the entire thing. I'm just loving this game. And I started orcs this week, classic orc clan. And I gave them the cannibalize skill. So they can cannibalize. They're cannibals. So they eat bodies on the field of battle and gain power. And I created this hulking king, this champion orc, and made him red skinned and gave all the rest of the people green skin. Bro, this game has got me. So I did that. And then last night, I've been playing a lot of that. And then last night, I hopped in a little game. I posted it today on Twitter. Ghost Lore, which just dropped into Game Pass. People looked at the latest Game Pass list, and most of them were like, "What is this?" Like a lot of people were like, "What are these? What is this stuff?" Well, there was two of them on there, and Ghost Lore was one of them, and the other one is the Exorcist one, the Eastern Exorcism or Eastern Exorcist or whatever the heck it is. Yeah, both of them Eastern flavor games, right? Well, then I found out last night, Mav, as I was kind of looking at both of them. Oh, Ghost Lore is a Diablo-esque action RPG.
What?
Oh, really? Oh, yes. Oh, really? I said. Okay, guess what I'm popping in? It's old school. It's got the old 8-bit graphics to it.
Right.
Beautifully done, though. Eastern flavor. Fantastic. They've got these unique class systems. They got all the loot. They've got this awesome glyph system where you collect these glyphs as part of the loot, and you can open up more glyph spots. And then they start getting rare glyphs, which actually have like a pattern that they affect on your glyph board when you place them down. And depending on what glyphs match up with that pattern, gives you bonuses in your stats. It's got all the stats you ever want. It's got weapons. It's got the armor. It's got the classes. It's Diablo-esque in this really unique flavor. And I absolutely had a blast last night. So I was playing Ghost Lore. So if you guys are looking for that itch, go download this off Game Pass. It's worth a try to see if you enjoy it. Again, it's 8-bit style graphics, so it's not Diablo style graphics. I mean, this is an indie studio, but so far what I played last night, it's very well done. It's in game preview mode right now. It is a game preview, but they do have achievements active, which isn't always the case for game previews. So if you're saying to yourself, "Well, I need those achievements," they're there. They're there. So go check out Ghost Lore. So
how's the skill tree on it? Is it like pretty expansive, or
there's really no skill tree per se. You
Right.
open up more skills. It doesn't go that deep. You open up more skills, but the glyph system is more or less your skill tree because it improves. Like you get different glyphs. There's like I think there's 5. I want to say 4 or 5 different style glyphs, and those glyphs can each increase a stat in different ways. Like one of them will increase. You get, I guess, you get animal companions later on that attack as well because they've got some that'll give you like plus 0.6 damage for your companion, or some of them will give you plus 14% accuracy, and you can stack them in this huge grid that they give you. So that's kind of your skill tree. And then as you progress level wise, you do open up different styles of skills, and your weapons that you attach give you a different set of actions as well. So like I said, it's really cool. Gotta check it out. If you're just looking for something fun to try out, go check this one out. Loving it so far. It's got stores. It's got a beautiful. Like I said, it's interesting. I was not expecting that out of this game. So yeah, that was pretty much my week here. Otherwise, been busy, like you said, Mav. What a week of news. We started out with Monday with the EU stuff and the EC stuff, and then we thought that was going to dominate this week. And then sure enough, Sony finally rolls up and says, guess what? We're coming back, bitches. And love to see it. Over 600 days, as we've talked about here, without a showcase. It sounds like, and again, we don't know because there are no true Sony insiders. We know this. But it sounds like, and it feels like that this is going to be a big one. Yes, I know it's just a little bit over an hour, but if they're selling hopes and dreams and they're giving us a lot of teasers, those teasers are quick. You can fill up an hour with a whole lot. Now, obviously, it depends how many VR2 games are in there because that's going to be a whole lot of filler for a lot of people. But overall, I think we're in for a return of 2016, the hopes and dreams year for Sony. And I think we're going to see some shocking. We already know there's already been a couple teases out there on Twitter from certain companies that have kind of hinted that they will be there. We know almost for a fact that factions will be there from Naughty Dog and stuff. So I'm just getting excited. And there's this little RPG company, this indie company that announced the game years ago for PS4 and switched over to PS5. And it's this Japanese studio called Cygames. And they have a proprietary engine that looks a lot like the Decimus engine. And man, does that RPG look gorgeous. And they hinted that they are going to be there. They haven't said boo in like 2 years. So they probably have something to show. We know we're going to, well, we'll talk about it. Like I said, I'm excited. So
yeah.
I could jump right into it.
Be excited for right now.
Yeah. Man. Yeah. It's that time of the year, man. It's that time of the year. It's the best time of the year. And of course, again, we just get closer and closer to Starfield. Of course, Diablo is going to hold me over for that entire period of time. But, the closer we get to the Starfield Direct, the more itchy I get because I can't wait to see what Todd's got planned for us. So, yeah, we're going to get into all that, folks. But, again, thank you all for joining us tonight. As you can tell, Mav and I are pumped, as we usually are. But this week has got a little extra flavor to it. So, Mav, do we have any sponsors or anything?
No, we're good this week, man. Okay. For sure. Okay,
cool.
We got 82 people already hanging out here with us.
My God, 82.
We got, I got to say, too, before we get started.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah, go.
My lovely wife, Kate, nailed this thumbnail.
Oh, yes, she did. She did.
Did you see the Todd Howard toasty, down there?
I did. Yes.
Saying Starfield.
It's beautiful.
Chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss. Yeah, it is. It really is. Dude.
Anyway, we can continue.
There was a smaller topic I wanted to talk about before we hopped into everything, and now I totally lost it because my old brain doesn't function. What was I going to talk about? Oh, shoot. If I remember it, if it comes back to me, we'll talk about it.
Is it food related? We can talk about food again.
No, it was definitely game related, but I totally just biffed it. I don't know why. And it was something unrelated to our main topics or anything that we were going to talk about today. And I was just going to bring it up and talk it through with you, but I didn't. So anyways, we'll move on. And again, chat, let me shout out some people. We do have 85 people in here, as Mav said. So please, if you have not hit that like button, please go ahead and do so. And if you can take a moment, if you're in a place that you can share it out, please do so to help the logarithm and get more people in here as well. Let everybody know that we are live, but we appreciate every single one of you. So let me see here. My live chat just totally disappeared too, which is cool. It's awesome. I was gonna take a look. There we go. Oh, who we got in here? We got CB4H4 God in here. We got, of course, the aforementioned beautiful Miss Caitlin is in the house as well. Calarie, what's going on, buddy? Thank you for dropping on in here. Scott Gamer Dude is in the house. What's going on, Scott Gamer Dude? And we got the one, the only, the most famous mod in the entire community, the best of the best. Boss Mod Lethal Papa is in the house, of course. Thank you for being here, Boss Mod. Keeping things down in the good spot. Wait, I just lost everything again. See, look at this. My God, what a night. Anyways, one of these days, folks, I'm not gonna have to do it this way. I promise. Okay. One of these days. So, anyways, Eastside Vandal is in the house. What's going on, Eastside? Scott. Oh, I already said Scott Gamer Dude. Shout out to you again. Tuku Nagula. What is going on, brother? Great to have you a part of this. And of course, the one, the only Web Dave is in the house. Great interviews. As always, you are on a roll, and you and Game Pass Daily, Retri, are just killing it, brother. Yeah. So shout out to you. Everybody go check out. Show. Yeah, absolutely fantastic guest. Your Rand show, phenomenal, bro. Phenomenal.
He's getting A-listers, man. A-listers on his show.
Yes, because he's interviewed everybody. See, that's his in. He knows how to do this. See, because if anybody doesn't know, he used to be in radio. So Web Dave knows how to schmooze. Web Dave knows how to grease the wheels of everybody, and then all of a sudden be like, "Oh, by the way, I interviewed you. We had a great time, didn't we? Why don't you come over to my new show? Why don't you check us out?" And they just do. So yeah, he's getting all the A-listers. Mr. Ordinary VX, what's going on? Great to see you in here. Superman, my favorite DC character of all time, is in the house. Thank you for being here, Superman. Artie M is here as well. Mr. Joanna Dark, the Nintendo man. Oh, I know what I was going to talk about. Nintendo Stan. Thank you, Mr. The Nintendo Stan as well. Yes, that's very, very, very true. But anyways, now I remember what I'm talking to you about. So we'll get there in a second here. And thanks to Mr. Joanna Dark, he actually reminded me. It's today. It's Timmy's in the house. What's going on? Nix is in here. What's going on, Nix? We got, who else we got in here? We got so many. We got the one, the only Talos Re is in the house. We got the Tony Grasso is in the house. What's going on, Tony? Of course, we got the man, the myth, the legend, the one, the only, the developer himself, the commercial producer, the one, the only 3-bit is in the house, everybody. And he is top secret mode. Can't talk about anything. Don't ask him, because he's never going to tell you anyways. What is going on?
Real quick, he dropped a little hint on my solo stream the other night.
Oh, did he?
In the chat.
Yeah, I did. I was there. I was lurking. Yeah. I was there. Indiana Jones. Yeah, the cowboy and the 8-ball. Yes.
I don't know if he was trying to drop a hint, but it seemed like he kind of dropped a hint. I don't know.
Yes.
We'll see.
Yes. Who else we got? I think he was. And it's something that I've been saying that's going to be there. So I actually say it's going to be the one more thing, but we'll find out. Pat Man Jones is in here. Monster 530. What's going on? What else we got in here? We got, of course, Mitchie Dies a Lot. Great to see you, my friend. Thank you for dropping on in here as well. And did I say Joseph Saga? Joseph Saga, you were the first one in here on my list. Thank you so much for dropping in here. We got Biggity08 in here. We got Volcanic in here. We got the biggest is in here. I don't know what the biggest of, but you are the biggest, sir. So thank you for being here. We got the one, the only Vik The CLiCK is in the house. Vic, it wouldn't be a show without you dropping in the chat, brother. Thank you for being here. And I think, we got Void Rat. That's right. Void Rat is in here. We got Dion Hayes is in the house. What's going on? Everybody, thank you. Whether you listen to us live right now, whether you're lurking, whether you did pop in the chat, whether you listen to us 5 days from now or 5 years from now, again, we appreciate you all the same. Thank you for joining PM and the PM Pong and Mav on a Thursday night. Mav, what I was going to talk to you about actually was Nintendo.
Oh, okay. One of my favorite topics. Let's go.
Oh, I know. I just don't know how much you've been paying attention to Tears of the Kingdom. Have you been paying attention to this?
Oh, yeah, I've been paying a lot.
Okay.
Yeah,
so I gotta say, and again, like I said, even though I have zero interest in Zelda, right? I've always respected the hustle, and I'm not that dude that says it's a terrible game just because I have zero interest to play it. I'm not that guy. Mm-hmm. And we've seen the scores, saw the hype. Everybody's playing it. Everybody seems to be having a good time. What I will say here, Mav, is as this week's gone on, and I didn't realize, I knew they gave you a lot of freedom, and I had watched the Nintendo stuff. I had watched the videos on Tears of the Kingdom, so I knew the building aspect and the crafting aspect. I did not realize that Nintendo was going to allow you to build mechs. I did not realize that Nintendo was going to give you, I didn't realize the system that was in place for the crafting was this deep and complex. I don't know about you, brother, but I had no idea. I watched the one today that caught me off guard on Twitter. Absolutely blew my mind. Is this dude built an auto drone, Mav? An auto drone, and he also had a robot, a combat robot that dropped off the bottom of the drone after he ejected and glided down, and he was attacking the skull base, right? And forgive me, guys, I don't know the lore, so I don't know the names of the enemies and that kind of stuff. Anyways, so he was attacking the skull base. His drone remained in flight, was locking on the targets automatically with lasers and missiles, Mav. His little robot combat drone went down and actually went inside of the base and was attacking enemies by itself without him controlling it. He was just standing on top of the skull base watching all this. I had no idea that they put this much complexity in Zelda. So again, another tip of the hat to Nintendo, because again, shining through, even if again, nothing of it outside of this little piece appeals to me about it. I just got to say that it's absolutely incredible. The amount of different mechanics, physics, and all these different interactions that they actually got into and working on this 8-year-old plus hardware is absolutely insane to me, man. I don't know if you saw any of those videos or if you have.
Yeah, I've been watching some of it. It looks pretty cool. I saw somebody stack these logs like way in the sky and stuff like that, and it's pretty cool. You know, I'm still not like, wow, I got to play this right now. You know what I mean? Because I would rather wait and play the better version they're probably going to release on whatever the other device is. But again, I'm super stoked that everybody's into it, and it deserves, I think, all the praise it gets. It's not their fault, the device that they have to release it on, right?
No. It is
the developer's fault. I shall say. Correct. It is Nintendo's fault, which was I had to. On the stream I had the other night, I was talking about that aspect of it, right? Like, it's okay to ask more. I see some takes, people saying, like, we don't need a Switch 2. You know, I'm like, well, you may
Christopher
not care.
Christopher Dring. Oh, my God.
You may not care about having one, but, like, I, for one, would like cooler looking stuff. And, like, even these games that they make that are awesome would be even better. So I will say that, you know, Nintendo maybe doesn't need to make one. But eventually they will, and also I think the gamers want one. Like I don't think anybody is going to be like, oh shit, whenever they announce a new Nintendo console or device or Switch 2 or whatever it is. It's not all the Nintendo fans are like, oh, Nintendo doesn't need to do that. Why would they ever do that? I see that conversation all the time. Those people are going to be celebrating like insane people when the announcement goes on, and I will be too. I'll be there day one, you know. So I kind of still hold the boat that I wish kind of that the device had already been out for this release, right? Right. But it's not, and it is what it is. So the game is going to be as good as it can possibly be. Yeah. And it's still great. I want it to be slightly better visually and performance wise, but other than that, like that's not all that matters, I guess, right? So eventually I'll play this game, and it's gonna be amazing when I do, I'm sure. And I'll make mechs.
I would still live vicariously through you. But I'm just really impressed. Like I said, I have to. Like I said, I'm not that guy who goes around hating on stuff. You guys all know that. If you've been around listening to me for long enough, you all know that I'm not that dude in any way, shape, or form. And I always try to give credit where credit's due. And again, what I've seen people be making and crafting in Zelda is just absolutely impressive. It is absolutely unbelievable that they got this all to work within this game. So again, there's no question about the talent behind the dev studios within Nintendo who make these games. There's never been a question about that. It's always been about the hardware for me and about the IPs themselves, because I just had very little interest in any of them. And I outgrew them after the Super Nintendo, and that was it. And so that's a me thing, and I've always said that. But respect to Nintendo for what they've done. And again, I've been enjoying all the videos. I've been absolutely loving it, watching the mechs run around and just absolutely obliterate everything. The hours that people have put in to gather enough materials to get battery life for some of these different machines is absolutely insane already. Like the dude flying the drone, like, I don't know how many batteries he had. My God, I was like, holy shit, this thing's staying up there forever. And it's just launching. Like, it was incredible. It was just so cool. But yeah, hats off. I just wanted to bring that up real quick.
Yeah.
Shout out to Prey, who just jumped in here. She treated herself to a Tears of the Kingdom special edition Switch.
Nice.
I saw that. Nice, Prey. Great to have you in here. Of course, brother from another, Steel Rain dropping on by to say hi. What's going on, brother? Psychonauts dropped in here as well. Jagged Blaze Alex is in here. OCD Gamer. I see all you latecomers in here. Why so serious? Thank you for dropping in here, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, Math. Well, let's see here. Where shall we go, sir? Should we go in chronological order for the entire week, or should we skip around? You want to get the ABK stuff out?
Yeah, we can start with that and then lead into what I know we're probably most excited to talk about, which is the showcases. Yeah, but so we'll start with the ABK stuff.
Yeah, let's start with the ABK stuff. Wow. If you've been living underneath a rock like Mav has since 2007 in his music taste, you might have missed it earlier this week. That's an inside joke on Twitter.
Yes, yeah.
Paying attention to what we were doing. Anyways, earlier this week on Monday, in fact, we did wake up to the news. We had heard this was coming. Mav and I mentioned it last week. Obviously, everybody kind of knew that there was going to be a decision made by the EC this week. It did come down as everybody expected on Monday. The sources this time around were correct.
Yeah.
They had it nailed. The EC goes ahead and approves the merger, approves the acquisition of ABK with, obviously minor in my eyes. I just lost the word. Why did I lose the word? Mav, help me. What'd they give up?
Concession.
Concessions. My God.
Yes.
Jesus, what a night. Concessions. Minor concessions on, from my perspective, stuff that they were already thinking about doing. Some things that they already offered to do for all the cloud stuff.
Yeah.
The EC, again, had concerns with the cloud business, just like the CMA. However, the EC decided that the concessions were good enough. And the EC even topped that off by saying, we have zero issue monitoring them ourselves. Because they said it's not going to be a big deal to monitor this because we're going to know instantaneously if they're not doing it. Like exactly the stuff that we talked about originally. Like that's what the EC was saying. And so they see this as a bigger opportunity elsewhere. And because the cloud is a nascent market, they decided that this was good enough and that it was fine for ABK to be acquired at this point. Really strong words from the head of the EC. And then, of course, Mav, of course, the CMA follows their trend and, of course, has to come back and post something on Twitter in reaction to this announcement, which, again, why they felt this necessary? Well, it's something Mav and I will talk about here in a minute because Mav and I are both on the same kind of mindset as to why they did this. But the CMA came out and doubled down, tripled down at this point on their decision, said that the EC was wrong, that they were right, and that, they stood by their decision. Really strong. And then, of course, the CMA head was in front of Parliament this week as well. And she got absolutely grilled because there are definitely people in Parliament. And again, a reminder to everybody who doesn't understand, the CMA is not a government entity in the UK. It is an independent entity to avoid any influence from the government. That's why they set it up this way. But you created an all-powerful regulatory body that really doesn't answer to anybody. And that's a big problem. So, yeah. But
rogue
Parliament
agent.
It's a rogue agent. But Parliament can call them and ask them questions, much like we see, our legislation, do. And so they did that. And they actually were specifically really beelining for this ABK deal and saying what's going on here. Yeah. And when it came to most of it She answered with your typical answers that you kind of figured she was going to give. She explained the process again. She said, well, we have, independent bodies that look at the data to make sure it's right. Well, how did they miss the first math problem that you guys screwed up?
Right.
But when it came to the question, Mav, this was the interesting part for this, and I'll turn it over to you to get your thoughts on all this. When it came to the question of whether or not she had conversations, which would have been, influential to their decision with Lena Khan and the FTC, suddenly she clammed up. Suddenly she couldn't tell the parliament how many times they had met. Suddenly she couldn't tell them the dates. Suddenly she had to provide the communications at a later time. And her whole tone changed when all of a sudden that was brought up. And that was very interesting. We have confirmation that they did meet at least once a couple weeks prior to this. So, Mav, all that being said, EU decision really breathed some life back into Xbox. We had Satya come out. Obviously, I'll bring this up too, Mav, real quick too. We're going to just kind of cover this in grand scheme of things because it is a lot, but it's just kind of grand scheme. The responses this time to the approval from Microsoft's leadership, from the Brad Smiths, even from Activision side, Lulu, they weren't necessarily celebratory. They were more like Brad Smith was like, yeah, they made us give up these deals. Like they made us give into these deals. I think he actually used made in his tweet. They made us give these deals to the cloud companies, acting as if, oh no, we gave up a lot here.
Right.
We got it approved, but man, did we give up a lot. Lulu talked about how this just showed that the EC is open for business and how great it was, but no real celebratory, no shots fired at anybody. This was definitely business-like. This was saying, okay, we just got over a major hurdle, and this is a big one, but we got a lot left on the table, but we're going to keep this cool, calm, and collected right now, and we're not going to show how big a deal this was internally to us. But it obviously was, because then Satya went on an interview, and of course, this is the interview. This is the clip that's been played over and over again. The interviewer asks him, is there a world in which content that's approved within the United States, you sell it in the United States, but the UK, you don't sell it there? And Satya just says, let's wait and see how it all plays out.
Yeah.
And then he's got a smile on it. He's got that smirk on his face. He's got that little smile, like. And I saw that look, and I saw the gleam, and I saw how he said that, and that's why I made my post that took off a little bit, stating that all options, even the extreme, the expensive, and the complex, I believe are now back on the table, because this deal, this EC approval really got Microsoft to taste this deal. And Satya in particular, I said something to Mike Mullis, shout out to Mike Mullis from NLG. He had said something to me about Satya, and I said, this is a man who sees a part of his legacy within arm's reach. Do not doubt the lengths one will go to obtain it. And I think that's what I saw in Satya. Satya's done a lot for Microsoft. He's got a great legacy, but this right here is the biggest deal in Microsoft history. I don't think they're letting this go, Mav. I think they're going to do whatever they need to do to get this through and to get it done. Even if that means potentially making some very hard decisions in the UK. I think that this deal means that much to them. All right. All that being said, I've talked enough. Mav, when you heard the news on Monday morning of the EC approval, were you excited? Were you like, oh, okay, so it turned out to be expected, but it's just one approval. How did you feel? Did you instantly go, oh, okay, now Xbox has got a second life here. This was a lifeline. And then obviously on anything on the other stuff that I brought up, what were your impressions about the interview with Parliament from the EC head and Satya's interview?
Yeah, it's a lot, because we expected the EC approval, much like we had originally expected the CMA approval. The one interesting thing I will say is it was interesting that the insiders were so right about this one and wrong about the CMA, right? And then if you remember, there was an interview where Bobby Kotick had on one of these big networks and stuff, and he was like, and we expect the EC to approve the same concessions that originally the CMA had approved. And he said so it was like they got one message and then they flipped, right? And this could lead to why a lot of the insiders thought the CMA was going to approve it as well. But then we had found out that Lena Khan and the CMA had a meeting in that time span, that there was darkness between the CMA and Microsoft and ABK. And then they came out with a different decision, completely surprising everybody, right?
Right.
This one, they came through with the concession with the EC that seemed like it was everything that Microsoft would want, actually. Because if you really look at the nitty gritty of this thing, what the concession is that, hey, we get to put Game Pass and some of our games in more places, right? And that just goes along with their Play Anywhere initiative, right? That goes along with allowing people that don't want to play on a certain ecosystem or whatever to still subscribe to Game Pass, potentially, and take advantage of some of those benefits as well, right? Because if you read the actual concession, it says gaming subscription or license, right? So that is very interesting with the concession, and hey, it's what Microsoft scored a slam dunk on that one, right?
And they went forward today with GeForce Now. They announced that they're putting Gears 5 and a bunch of other games starting out. They're moving forward with that deal already.
And it's absolutely amazing. So other thing is that, like you said, the EC is willing to actually regulate this, right? Which a regulatory body should be willing to do. That's something I still don't understand about the CMA. We want to make rules, but we don't want to actually have to ever enforce them. Just don't do deals that's going to cause us any problems.
It's too expensive for us to enforce.
In a way that the EC has taken the mantle of this responsibility, because it does affect the globe, right? I understand the UK has still got to, pay attention mostly to the UK consumers and all this kind of stuff, and they can't 100% rely on it, all those kind of things, right? But it does make the CMA look very interesting with their decision about the same kind of concession, right? And the other interesting thing to this was, man, my initial response with the EC approval was like, yeah, cool. My second response was seeing the CMA's tweet.
Yeah.
And I made a tweet about that because, it seemed insecure and defensive.
Very much so.
Like, there's there's no necessity to even make a comment regarding another regulatory body's approval in another jurisdiction, right? And I mean, they have, what does it matter to them? So you would think that it shouldn't, but then when you get to the Parliament hearing is where things get even more interesting, right? Because it was like the guy, I forget the guy's name, that he was asking questions, but it was like he was reading the minds of people that have been following this for a long time now and asking the important questions. And it was refreshing to see that, actually, be like, hey, they're putting the fire to this lady right now. And some things she could answer, and she skirted around everything pretty much, answering questions by giving answers that don't have anything to do with the question that was asked. It's typical politics, right? And the interesting thing, like, you got around to one specific issue, and I was hoping you were going to go here, right? I was hoping, because the conversations with the FTC and the CMA, right? Because the question that was asked of them, she was able to answer. Yes, we did have discussions with the EC, the European Commission, based on waivers that were granted to us from all the parties involved. And then when he asked again about the FTC, she was like, I'm not really able to say.
Right.
But let me explain the whole regulatory process.
And she said we were not given waivers for the FTC. So they weren't supposed to be talking in any type of capacity.
In my mind,
specific capacity.
Because the FTC was on open litigation on this thing.
Oh, yeah.
So
100%.
maybe, and I don't know the law in the UK regarding this, right? But I know in the US, you can't do that, right? So it may be some kind of level of trying to protect Lena Khan in this aspect and the FTC's interest, right? Then she goes and doubles down. But regardless of anything, what happened, regardless of what happened, we
made
still
our
made
own.
we made the decision based on what's best for the UK consumers.
We make our own independent decisions.
Right.
She kept saying that.
But it's also so necessary to involve these other regulatory bodies in your processes and decisions, which you also said that it's important for everybody to work together for these things. But yet you're still relying it on the UK consumer with also bogus numbers that don't really add up to the whole cloud percentages and all this kind of stuff. And going beyond this, like that was insane to see the squirming, right?
Yes.
The pressure.
Change in tone.
Yeah, and the guy crazy. Next to her was like, "Well, let me try and help," and he didn't help whatsoever. You know, well, he's like, "Well, the other interesting question that was asked is about the perception from the international businesses about doing business in the UK when something like this happens." And he's like, "Well, I would think that the companies would actually appreciate this." Well, have you been paying attention, dude? Because it doesn't seem like the big companies and the big tech companies are very appreciative of this. And that's not just Microsoft, right? And they're all kind of worried. And this is why they're getting grilled from from Parliament, why they're getting pressure potentially from the Prime Minister and all these kind of things. And we're going to see what's going to happen with Cat. I think that there's a lot of things in motion here within Microsoft. There's going to have the official appeal. I think that what happened next was I saw that clip from Satya in that interview, and he seemed very confident, if anything, right? To be like, let's just wait and see what happens, right? With the big old smile on his face, right? Now it's not a threat necessarily, but no, it's not a no. When he was asked, would they potentially stop doing some aspects of their business in the UK? And he's like, well, let's wait and see what happens, in a smile. Yep. You know, we talk about leverage, right? The leverage that Microsoft has as a company within the UK, right? Whether you want to agree with that or not, it's a reality, right? It is. They have a lot invested within security and finances and all these kind of different levels of the economy and security there, right? So there is a little bit of level of pressure because if they pull out of certain aspects of the business, it's not good for the economy of the UK. It's not good for businesses that are looking to do business in the UK as well. It's a bad look, and there's a lot of pressure there. So Microsoft, that with that leverage, is pulling their weight right now. And it's interesting that they're choosing to do so because Satya is behind this so much, right? Satya, people remember the pundits that said, well, if ABK doesn't close, Microsoft's just going to sell off Xbox or whatever. Like, come on, right? This man is so invested in this future.
It's part of his legacy.
And there's more at stake here than just this deal, in my opinion, right? Because if they allow this little bitty market that is small but growing to be the reason a much bigger acquisition doesn't get approved, what does that mean for the future of other deals they may want to make and for other companies, other big companies there? And pretty much what the CMA was saying in that Parliament hearing is like, we're just not going to allow big tech to make any acquisitions. That's what that sounded like, because the guy, when he was trying to defend, I'm sorry, I don't remember the names. When he was trying to help her out, he was basically saying it's very different when you talk about starting a business or investing in businesses and small businesses and growing things and organically. It almost sounded like Jim Ryan or whatever, or Colin Moriarty. Like very different than acquiring something, right? And it's like,
it's part of business.
When has that been illegal, right? For a company to acquire another company. And that mirrors the same messaging from who? The FTC, right? Where the EC and EU didn't really have an issue with that aspect. They just had an issue over what this could do to the cloud market and accepted a concession involving that they said was pro-competition. They said that this was actually going to be better for consumers.
And this is important. I don't mean to interrupt, Matt, but this is an important part of this. And I didn't bring this up because I was going to let you bring it up too. But this is an important part that I've seen other people, YouTubers, and this whole situation, how it's played out, man. The way the EC looked at this is the correct way. Because if this deal doesn't go through, the Activision Blizzard games don't go to cloud at all. So nobody gets them. So if you're concerned about the cloud market, you're concerned about competition, you're concerned about the consumers, this opens up more games to the cloud market. And with Microsoft's deals in place, it in fact opens up their library as well to the cloud market. Without this deal going through, you get nothing. So how does that make things better? It doesn't. It closes things off from where Microsoft wants to take things. And that's something that I've seen people miss time and time again. I've seen people go after that slide that they put, or the tweet that they put up with the graphic, which was kind of a corny graphic. It was CMA-like. I don't know why government bodies insist upon doing this. But anyways, they put up that graphic explaining the entire situation, the EC did, and how they see it. And people were trying to say, yeah, but you see down here where it says, these cloud providers get these games. They're not including Xbox down there, who is also, they're not just a publisher, but they also. Yeah, but without this deal, Activision Blizzard games are Activision Blizzard's, and Activision Blizzard has no intention of opening up cloud market. They have no intention. That's the part that a lot of people are missing in this.
Yeah, and I mean, there's other aspects to this whole thing too. Like Luna's now there, which they weren't originally. Then you know, Netflix is getting into cloud gaming. They've already announced that they're looking into doing that. They have a much larger user base. And if you just account for the amount of people that subscribe to a service that has access to something, once Netflix has cloud streaming in their games available on a mass market globally, even in the UK, you talk about the 30 million roughly for Game Pass versus the 250 million for Netflix. I mean, come on now. You talk about Microsoft having a dominant market share in that position. There's so many different aspects to this that they aren't considering it, and it's wholly based on some kind of irrational thought process about some monopolistic activity going on within a business. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Netflix uses Amazon web services for their AWS, cloud, right? So that's not even using Azure potentially, unless they change. Who knows, right? But there's so many different things here that they have to answer for, I think. And this is part of what's going to happen probably with Cat, and don't know how long that process is going to take. I have a feeling, though, based on the ongoings happening right now, there is going to be some level of pressure to speed this process up, right? Whether that means like a very fast thing, it's going to be months instead of years, I don't know, right? But you can tell that it's weighing heavily on the minds of UK Parliament, right? And the UK Prime Minister and all these kind of things. And
huge.
And when that happens, that's, that means that things can happen, right? Things can change.
Things could.
Right. And you say, yes, CMA is independent, right?
Yes,
but they're also having these hearings and discussions about what kind of powers should the CMA have? What kind of processes?
And they're planning on expanding the CMA's power map. That's going before Parliament. So that's another aspect to this.
But with that, is there potentially more checks and balances behind that?
No, there's not.
There should be.
There should be, but there's less. They were going to give these people more power. So when Parliament starts questioning them, that's another aspect to say, hey, wait a minute, we're thinking about giving you guys more power, but you guys are already using the power you have to do something that we don't believe is going to be beneficial, and in fact could be detrimental to parts of the UK. So why should we give you more power? That question is going to come into play too. Man, question for you too as well. This whole math problem that the CMA seemingly has, Microsoft called them out on the issue where they were trying to say that the console market was going to be a problem, right? And as soon as they saw that math, Microsoft called them out, and all of a sudden the CMA was like, oh yeah, that's our mistake. Oops, sorry. I guess the console market isn't in any danger. And they removed it, right?
And no regulatory body thinks the console market
no regulatory body, that's a whole nother, if this deal goes through. Anyways, my question is here, Mav. Did Microsoft get the inkling ahead of time that the CMA was going to find some way, somehow, to block this? And they had no, because again, they called out the mistake in the math, and this seems to be the same type of mistake with the number of cloud users and them just saying, oh, all Xbox Game Pass users are cloud users just because they have the ability to access the cloud. When that's not the case, is this something that the CMA, after they stopped talking to Microsoft, because we know they didn't have any communication with Microsoft for about the 2 weeks after they met with the FTC, is this something that they changed in the documents or added to the documents after the fact without talking to Microsoft about this percentage? And all of a sudden, this is what they used to block the deal. And now, being that they used it, Microsoft in turn has another opening with Cat to say, listen, the CMA is being irrational because once again, they have done wrong math. They are counting every single user. And to your point, Matt, that you just brought up, Microsoft can say, if you're going to count every single one of our users, well, now Amazon's here. So are you going to count every single one of their users? Are you going to count every single one of Netflix's users? How is this going to go down in the future? And could this be the opening that Microsoft needed, that the CMA thought they were going to slip on in there and say, oh, nope. See, too big a percentage in the cloud market. Sorry, can't do it. Can't let it go through. And Microsoft's going to step in here and be like, whoa, wait a minute. Cat, look at your boys and girls over here. They can't do math properly. Is this like that one weak spot?
I think it's an easy argument to make from Microsoft. Right. And that's a key thing. And I feel like this was the grasping at whatever kind of straw the CMA could possibly come up with. Right. Something they could try and put some kind of numbers behind, something they could try and figure out with false projections, even, I would say, like, and making these projections based on what exactly? You know what I mean? Like,
correct.
And the fact that this is based on projections over the next potentially 10 years or 5 years, whatever they say, there's a lot of misconceptions about cloud gaming, about who's the players in it, about who could be in the market, about all these different avenues, about how big the market is currently, where it's going, how even important is a couple of games to the grander scheme of things to that entire market as well, right? So there's so much at play here. It felt to me like they wanted to block it, and originally they maybe, once the Sony argument was done,
called
right
out,
they knew that they weren't going to be able to get that by, right? They went hunting for whatever avenue they possibly could have. They maybe talked to the EC, found out that, well, this is a concern the EC has as well, so we can run with this, right? That's why they went double down. The EC had the same concerns that we did involving the cloud. The difference is the EC isn't too chicken shit to actually kind of have any kind of concession in place. That's not it's not just structural, right?
Correct.
The easy way out. If for me, if you want to be a serious regulatory body that can oversee large acquisitions that have massive implications in the economy around the entire globe, you got to be able to enforce some kind of regulation about certain aspects of business, right? And if they say they don't want any regulation whatsoever, then just approve the deal, because you're regulating it by not letting it happen, which is also hurting consumers. Right. It's hurting the businesses. It's hurting all these other things. So if you don't feel like regulation is a good thing, CMA, just approve the deal without any concessions, like 36 of the markets have.
37.
Yeah, whatever, there's only one market, I think, that's had the major concession like this that has to be overseen by the third party, and that's the EC. So I feel like the CMA was just piggybacking off of that, trying to make it, well, if they had the same thing, then we can go with that one. We'll use whatever numbers we can kind of put together here to make our case. And I don't feel like it's going to hold up at the end of the day. I really feel like they're going to Microsoft, I said this a long time ago, Pong.
Yeah.
This deal will go down if Microsoft still wants it to.
Sure.
Depends on how bad they want it and how invested they are. The fact going into this that it was the largest acquisition in Microsoft history, the fact that they've been so outspoken about this, not just within the regulators, within the media, within buying even advertisements in the UK. I mean, how many times have we seen Brad Smith or Satya Nadella or Phil Spencer answer questions about this acquisition? The fact that they're so invested with this, with the media, with being vocal about it, being attached to this deal, talking about the future of their business and how it's going to accelerate things for them, how it's good for the consumers, all these different aspects, means how invested they are with this thing to actually go through, right? Minus the fact that there's a $3 billion termination fee. I don't even think that's the biggest thing, right?
No.
I mean, a lot of people make a big deal about it. It's a lot of money, right? Yeah, I get that. But it's not about that, right? This is about what it means for the future of the business for Microsoft and what they want to do. And it also is about what is the doors open for other things if this deal doesn't go through based on the merits of what they chose to block this deal with as well. So there's a lot of things here that they have a reason to fight for. And as long as they have the reason to fight for it, as long as they have the will, they feel like it's the best thing for the company. They feel like the regulators are in the wrong here within the UK. They feel like they're in the right. They feel like it's good for their business, good for what they want to do. They're going to fight this all the way and do whatever necessary. And to Satya's interview, again, leaving the door open for all possibilities right now, not shutting the door on that. And to me, that has to scare the shit out of the UK Parliament right there. The fact that he could not just simply say, no, well, we don't ever see a future where we don't do business in the UK. The fact that he didn't say that leaves the door open, regardless if he means it or not, right? You're talking about, he's the big head honcho at Microsoft, right?
Yep.
And that's powerful to not just go out there and say no.
Correct. And like you said, it sets the tone for the future. We've talked about that for other businesses, and that's the thing. Businesses, like you were saying earlier, concerns with the UK are valid, because if you look at this deal and you look at the reasoning behind it and you go, well, if CMA can bully a company like Microsoft with some ridiculous, statements about the cloud and the future 10 years down the road in a nascent market, what can they do to us as a smaller company? What can they do to stop us from expanding our business and make up some ridiculous excuse as to why not? Because again, there's no oversight here. There's really no oversight outside of CAT. There's nothing. So the CMA can say, oh, well, we looked in our crystal ball and this is what we saw. And there's really nobody to say anything different to them or to say, no. You can't, that's not a valid, that's not a valid future that you're looking at there. There's nothing. There's no recourse really beyond CAT, and CAT has limited power over the CMA. So this is something that, again, as we talked about previously, Matt, that the Microsoft has a almost obligation at this point to fight this, almost an obligation to take this all the way, not just for themselves, but for future dealings for other companies as well that are going to have to go through this process with the CMA down the road. Because again, once the CMA gets a taste of this power, once they know that they can bully companies like a Microsoft, which is exactly what Lena's doing. Again, this is my opinion. Of course it is. But if you look at what Lena Khan's doing, she's trying to create that type of power within the United States. She has stated that herself, that she wants to expand the power of the FTC because she believes, and the current regime believes, that it's not enough right now, that there is too much, there's too much oversight of them behind the scenes, and they should be able to stop any deal that they feel is bad for whatever reason. And so again, when you look at that, the CMA already has that type of power. So now they're wielding it kind of, and again, this is totally my opinion, but at the behest of the FTC.
Right.
And that's a problem.
The fact that the UK Parliament was asking questions to them about that specific scenario is means they're concerned about that as well. Right?
100%.
I mean, pretty much the guy asked, are you being used as a puppet by the FTC? Right? I mean, and they were like, we make the decisions for ourselves. But let me make sure you understand how the regulatory process works. But I can't tell you how many times we talked to them or met with them. And you know, there's it's like okay,
can't go,
but I
go
can't tell you about the EC because there was waivers in place. But yeah, interesting stuff.
It's
very
strange,
interesting.
It's time to buckle up, folks. This is not over with by a long shot. Things could get very, very crazy here very quick if Satya is and Microsoft is, and he is Microsoft, but of course he's got to answer to shareholders.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, this deal means too much to them. So if they are all in, and they know that they can beat the FTC. They have the utmost confidence that they can beat the FTC. If you think for a minute that they're going to allow the UK to stop this deal, the biggest deal in Microsoft history, without at least exploring the extreme, then I got a bridge to sell you, because it's not going to happen. Yep. They're going to go down those roads and they're going to pull some strings that people weren't expecting. I love how everybody thinks that there's only one way Microsoft can do this. There's only one avenue they can do this, and that's to pull completely out of the UK, and they're never going to do that. They're never, ever going to do that. People will lose their jobs. They'll have to shut down Playground Games. They'll have to shut down Ninja Theory. You know, those games in development will be canceled. That's the only way, is make the ultimate sacrifice. If you think $1 trillion company has only one way, even if you want to say, well, I know the laws, you got another thing coming. And I'll end it. I'll end the discussion here unless Mav's got something else. I loved Hoag's first tweet after the EC approved this whole deal. Of course, Hoag's been covering this damn thing. Even post-stroke now, he's been covering it.
Yeah.
But his first tweet was, looks like the adults have entered the room when the EC approved. So gotta love that from Hoag. And I think that's how a lot of us feel. But we will wait and see. Again, this has been a learning experience for all of us. Never thought we'd be talking about this deal for this long, Matt. Never thought we'd be here talking about this like this. So we got a lot more to get to.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens. We're getting into the juicy bits now. This is going to get spicy because this is a fight. And the FTC thing, we always knew was going to be a fight, but it was a fight that Microsoft's always going to win in courts and stuff, that the FTC didn't really have a case. That's correct. But this is the interesting thing here, because it's like a regulator that seemingly has almost absolute power versus one of the biggest tech giants in the world, feeling like they were wrongly done by that regulator over a very small aspect of a much larger deal.
1% to 2%.
Yeah.
And something that's still in dispute, as Strauss Zelnick says, it's not. It's a distribution. It's a way to distribute games.
And one thing I would say, like to Strauss's point, you know, from him, he's coming from it from a publisher's perspective, right?
Yes.
So to one aspect, we don't know what the future holds with platforms, right? So but so does not the CMA, right?
No.
There is a little bit of a difference being a platform holder versus a publisher within a thing. Of course. But with those platform holders, it's still a distribution method of the different publishers' games, including their own, right? And there's going to be different distribution methods in the future that we aren't even thinking about right now.
Correct.
As well.
Correct. As we've seen happen over the past 10, 15 years. Everything's changed.
We got a couple super chats to get to.
Get to those super chats. Go.
Shout out to Highlander 001 with
Thank you, Highlander.
$2 super chat. It says this deal has been the talk of Parliament.
Yeah,
it has. It's seemingly so. Especially since that hearing wasn't even necessarily supposed to be about ABK. Highlander 001 with another $5 super chat.
Woo. Thank you, Highlander. Again
says the Prime Minister can overrule the CMA if it hurts the financial interests of the UK, and the Financial Minister is saying the CMA will change their mind.
It's
interesting.
It's crazy because their laws and their rules are so different from here.
Yeah.
And you get so many different, again, Luke Steele's been out here trying to, correct people and he works with the CMA directly. He's fought with the CMA directly. Like he's a lawyer over there, M&A. He understands the rules and laws. and he's been out here trying to correct, but then other people come in and say, yeah, but there's other ways around this, not just necessarily the letter of the law. And you got to wonder who's going to be right on this, who's going to come out on top. And again, as we just got to talk about, Mav, if you think Microsoft, as a $1 trillion company, one of the most powerful companies in the entire globe, doesn't have other options outside of just necessarily what's black and white.
Yeah. This is a different level.
Yes.
And that I would say even very experienced people have not dealt with something like this before.
Correct.
Very, very unique circumstance that's going to potentially change the way things work.
Yes.
So that's the biggest interesting thing for me with this. So we'll see. We'll find out.
Yep, we will. Is that all of them?
That's all of them, buddy.
Cool. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time for Showcase Showdown. That's right. We are back yet again to talk about one of Mav and I's favorite topics, because we get to go into speculation town, because these showcases have not happened, but now we have the two heavyweights. And yes, I know Nintendo's a heavyweight in their own right. Don't get me wrong. Okay. I'd love to see them here too in this conversation. I'd love to have this as a three-way battle, but it's not. Okay. This is a two-way battle during this time because Sony has stepped back into the ring. Mav, let's start with Sony's announcement. Obviously, as everybody's heard, next week it is going to be on Wednesday, correct, Mav?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, I think it
Wednesday.
is Wednesday.
Yes,
it's
Wednesday,
the 24th.
Wednesday the 24th. Sony is about to show up after 600 days of not doing one of these showcases. Yes, I know they've had plenty of state of plays. Yes, I know they've dropped plenty of AAA first-party titles. I get all that, you Sony fans. But it has been 600 days since they decided to do something big. They're showing up on the 24th, and time to show out, Mav. I want to get your thoughts first on this. I want to see where you're at. I know some of them, obviously, because I know you well enough, and I've heard you talk about this. But I want to get your thoughts. They're going big, Mav. Now, we've heard the details as much as Sony's going to give us. Again, I talked about in the opening that there has already been teases from certain companies about being at this showcase. Are they going big in this? They said a little over an hour. So, whatever, 70 minutes, whatever it winds up being. We do know they're going to have VR2 stuff there, so that it's going to be a part of it. We don't know if they're going to have any the new console stuff there or not. Do you think they go big, Mav? Hopes and dreams? Are we going to get some of the top secret stuff that's been obviously in development that we haven't heard about? Corey and his group over at Sony Santa Monica. We got tons of games as a service games that are supposed to be coming out in the next couple of years. What do you think? Are they going big, or are they going to go safe, Mav?
They're going to go big. I mean, it's time. They've been away from big showcases for so long. I'm not going to say like they have to go all out and stuff like that, because like they're still in a good spot either way, however, I feel like this is their time to really try and make that statement, because they've had some good state of plays. They've had some bad state of plays.
Oh yeah.
But this is the first showcase in years. So go out swinging here, make a statement about the hopes and dreams, the future for PlayStation, what is coming closer around the corner for maybe 2024, right? You can bet, we'll see Spider-Man 2, probably gameplay. Hopefully by now they have gameplay of it.
Yes, and there's been some Sony insiders who say, get ready to get your minds blown from the animations on web slinging and combat. They've compared it to things like when you first saw Arkham, right? And how impressive that was, and things like that. So get ready, supposedly. Again, there's no real Sony insiders, but that's what's being said.
Okay. I just gotta say, like, I mean, the animations and that kind of stuff's already been crazy impressive with Spider-Man. That's like the best thing about it.
It'd be a new level. New level,
So
Insomniac, PS5 only. Full
Okay.
power, the SSD.
Yeah, sure. We'll see. I'm not trying to discount that Spider-Man's going to be great. It's just
Of course
like
not. It's Insomniac.
it's just another evolution of the Spider-Man games to me. To like the comparison to Arkham.
Yeah,
Arkham was groundbreaking.
that's what Speak said. Just saying.
Spider-Man.
Wednesday when your mouth's hanging open live on stream, Mav, on Wednesday.
I hope so.
I'm gonna say, Mav, close your mouth.
You know what? I mean, maybe I just don't know like what they could do to like be that much of a differentiator from the other Spider-Man games other than just look better. I mean, they're already like graphically pleasing, animations are amazing, all this kind of stuff. There'll be 2 Spider-Mans on the screen doing the animations, so it's double the animations. Gonna be mind-blowing. My mind's gonna melt. Hey, I'm looking forward to it. They gotta show gameplay, and Spider-Man's gonna be as impressive as it can be for being another Spider-Man game, which is great. Spider-Man games are great, but we've seen it twice before already, right?
Right.
So I'm expecting just another evolution of that.
Okay.
I'm not expecting to shit my pants watching the trailer.
Okay.
But maybe
Better wear
I will.
diapers.
Maybe I will.
Better wear diapers.
I don't know. We'll see. Maybe Venom. Maybe it's Venom's animations that'll do
maybe.
it,
Maybe.
I don't know. But I'm thinking it'll be cool. I do expect that we'll see factions probably there as well.
Yes, Naughty Dog teased. Naughty Dog.
Yeah,
teased,
I mean it's time after
way past time.
25 years or whatever. Just kidding. But however long it's been since it was supposed to come with Last of Us.
It was 2.
Yeah, Last of Us Part 2. So how many years has it been?
4.
4 years now?
No, it hasn't been that long. Last of Us 2 was what, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. But they were supposed to be developing it during the whole time they were developing The Last of Us 2, and it wasn't until towards the end of production that they finally came out and admitted, oh well, factions turned into something bigger, so it's not going to be there. But don't worry, we're going to have something for you guys, and it's going to be special. And here we are, whatever it's been, 2.5, 3 years later. So
yeah. Finally, we'll see factions. I'm sure that some people will think it's going to be amazing. Besides that, I hope we get some kind of glimpse at Wolverine and find out what kind of game that's going to be, like how the gameplay systems are going to go, what the world kind of looks like slightly, just a bigger slice of that pie, and maybe a hint at when it's coming out, right? Maybe 2024 pops up there, or whatever.
2025.
My guess is it would be like announced for 2024 and it'd be delayed to 2025 because everything gets delayed, right? So maybe Wolverine shows up. Then we get into, we don't know anything else really that PlayStation's working on, except Bungie has that game Matter that they're working on. That would make a huge splash if they were to show that. Bungie's next game will always be a big deal, no matter where it shows up. Remember, that game's supposed to probably be multi-platform still. So if you're an Xbox fan watching that show, remember that Bungie said their future games are still going to be in all platforms, and but you could imagine that would still be announced at a PlayStation show.
And it might have changed at some point.
It could have changed. It could have changed. I'm just saying, remember that they said that.
Yes.
In their forums right after the acquisition. Remember that they said that.
Right. Correct.
So Bungie's next game, that would be a huge splash. A little personal thing that I hope to see is Helldivers 2.
Ooh, that's a good call. I forgot that that's still out there. Actually, brother, good call.
Yeah, that was part of some kind of leak or something out there. I don't remember what it was that they're working on a new Helldivers. I love that game. It is a little bit of an ODST ripoff as far as the lore goes, kind of all that kind of stuff. However, I don't give a shit. It was a fun ass game to play. It was one of the few good multiplayer games on PlayStation last generation.
I only played it single player.
Yeah, did you? It was good co-op. It was good single player as well. But Helldivers 2 would be a good one for me. I would actually really look forward to that. But I think we're gonna see some third-party deals as well, because that's what Sony's all about, right? So you're gonna see maybe this Konami stuff show up there. Maybe
Gears
Silent Hill 2.
Gears. Metal Gear is going to be there. Andy Robinson teased that out.
Okay.
He said you better be geared up for the PlayStation showcase. So Metal Gear will be there.
There's rumors about MK1 having PlayStation marketing as well.
That's going to be the interesting
So
one.
is that possible? Look at the time of release. It's coming out in September. They're going to show it a couple more times at least before it launches. So it'll probably be at one of these events coming soon.
If it doesn't show up, my prediction of the Xbox showcase is in play.
We'll see.
Sure.
That's what I was hoping for. Then I think you can look at a couple new game announcement surprises, right? From some of these studios that we didn't know what was going to be. We don't know what they're working on. We don't know anything other than rumors and speculation and stuff like that. So if you just add all that up, that's a hell of a show, right? Now, will they do all of that? Probably not, right? But some of it, yes. And if they do all of it, then that's amazing. So
I think most of what you said is safe.
You think it's safe?
Yeah, I think Helldivers is kind of out there, but again, it's definitely a good possibility.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not something like out on a limb. It's something that we've known for a while. I think you forgot about a couple. Stellar Blade is going to be there for sure, right?
Yeah, Stellar Blade will be there. Yeah,
Stellar Blade will be there 100%.
Sort of third party, but published by Sony. So
yes, they probably will have a new clip. I don't think it'll be a long clip, but they'll have a new clip for Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah,
continue to push that.
Very
right?
safe. Yeah.
Yeah, very safe. Project Awakening is the other one that I talked about from the small indie studio that looks phenomenal. If you guys haven't looked at this yet, if you like RPGs, go look at Project Awakening. They're on Twitter. They joined Twitter in 2020. They've only had like 5 or 6 posts, but this is the one I talked about early in the show where they have their own proprietary engine that looks a lot like Decimus. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. The animations are off the charts in some cases. This could be special. So that's definitely going to be there because, again, their Twitter account has not been active. And all of a sudden they showed up and made a little tease about the PlayStation Showcase. So I think that's there. Haven, I think Jade Raymond and her team, they got to have something, Mav, at this point. That's a veteran team that has now been, when she started her studio 3 years ago, I think Haven started. They already helped Sony out on a bunch of stuff during the pandemic. I think Jade Raymond and her team are going to be ready to show as well. So I think that's there. Again, Konami, again, the rumors are, take them as you wish. Metal Gear, Castlevania are 2 almost for sures. Now, there's been questions about whether or not they're time deals or not. We'll find out. I hope the Metal Gear at least is just a timed exclusive and not a full exclusive.
Yeah.
Castlevania, it depends what type of Castlevania is.
That's the question, right? Like, what kind of Castlevania?
Castlevania is it? I hope that Konami didn't sign exclusivity deals, but obviously Konami doesn't have the most cash in the world. So if Sony showed up with a bag, would it be possible? Yeah, of course it would be. Mortal Kombat, like you said, Mav. The other one that was on my brain, what was the other one that was just on my brain? The other one was, I was thinking Konami. What else was I thinking? Oh, Pragmata from Capcom. That Kojima looking weird thing with the astronaut and the little ghost girl. That's got to be ready to be shown. And that seems like a PlayStation game like that they would have there. Like that's a total off the wall type.
I'm trying to remember where we saw the original reveal of that game.
Pragmata was 2 years ago during Capcom's E3 time event. I want to say that's when we first saw it, was when they had their quote unquote digital E3 presentation or whatever the hell it was. I think that's when we first saw it. It was 2 years ago. So that's got to be ready to show as well. And then you throw in VR2 fluff in the middle, Mav.
Get rid of that part of the show, please.
Yeah, I know, but that's what you're really excited for. Like I posted on Twitter.
No, I'm not whatsoever. I will check out. God, I hope they limit it to like 5 minutes. You know, just for Asa from Game on Daily, just for him. This is the Asa section. You know, this is for you.
There's more
buddy.
than just Asa. Out there.
I know. There's like 3 other people.
Jesus.
I hope those 1%ers of the PlayStation community get a huge showing at the PlayStation showcase. I gotta say the VR stuff cool.
Yeah.
They gotta talk about it. They will have some stuff there. They already, I think it was in the announcement that and PSVR 2.
Yes.
Almost
VR2
weirdly announcing is talking about it like it's a separate platform. Like it's crazy that first party is two different platforms are releasing on. The reason I'm bringing that up is because people assume that if a first party developer makes a PSVR 2 game,
well, of course,
automatically PlayStation 5 gamers have access to it.
Nope. I went into the dark alley a little bit this week where Steel Frequents and heard a couple shows, Mav, where people actually were saying that that's legit, that VR2 games are first party, so they count. I don't get it. I don't understand. But again, I'm not that type of fan. I'm not that type of Sony fan by any stretch of the imagination. So therefore, I can't put myself in those shoes. And
there's a first party teams that are making the games.
Sure.
Technically, I guess you could say you're right, except for the fact that we're talking about playing on the actual platform.
Right. If somebody buys it for the PS5, they can put it in, pause, and they can turn on their PS5 and it'll boot up, but they can't do anything unless they have a $550 peripheral. So
right.
I just don't count it. I just can't. I think they go big, Mav. It'll be interesting whether or not they bring out the new hardware and show it off. If they're going with the Slim, with the separate hard disk drive, that'll be interesting if they roll that on out there to show it off for the first time. I think it's a possibility. I also think that they could do that later on with a state of play. Maybe the Spider-Man state of play, the Spider-Man 2 state of play, we know they will have prior to launch with a big giant, blowout of Spider-Man 2, and it'd be pretty damn smart marketing wise to turn around, announce your new hardware, and oh, by the way, we're gonna have a Spider-Man 2 Slim Edition coming out with the launch of Spider-Man 2, be gigantic. But Sony being back is nothing but good. Even if I don't at this point have any interest in buying a PS5, it doesn't matter to me. Like I said, the health of the industry means that everybody is doing well. And the fact that Sony's going to show up here and what I believe will be a big showcase, it will be hopes and dreams. They might, again, I'll go back, the surprise could be Cory Barlog's team at Sony Santa Monica.
Yeah.
And his new sci-fi IP. It won't be gameplay, at least I don't think it will be. But if they give a Wolverine teaser with that Sony Santa Monica, Sony Santa Monica emblazoned, and everybody knows it's Cory Barlog and the A-team from Sony Santa Monica, that'll be a hype inducer for that fan base as well. That would be gigantic. So, I can see that as being
that also that PlayStation is right now so like known quantity heavy, right? They're like sequel heavy as well.
We're going to get PC ports too. We didn't even talk about that.
Less random risk, and even some of the risk they've been working on with some of these other partners and stuff, they've been shuttering some of those down, right? So they're more, hey, let's just focus on the sure bets here kind of thing. And that's why we got a lot of sequels this generation already. You see the third-party deals for like the big massive IPs and stuff like that. Sucker Punch. Yeah. Could we potentially see a Ghost of Tsushima 2 or whatever? I was
just going to say it.
Whatever they call that, because that's going to automatically be a very hype-inducing moment.
Very.
That was a lot of people's game of the year that year. It was one of my favorite games that year.
It's the only one that I regret not having my PS4
It is
play.
really good, bro. It's really good. And I feel like the next evolution of that will be a big deal. And even if it's a few years away, a couple years away, I feel like even an announcement for that would still make a big splash, right?
Then the ghost that just won't go away, Mav. Whether it's a PC port or they actually are doing, or whether they're doing that and or a remake of Bloodborne.
Yeah,
it's over with.
Yeah, that's going to be massive if that happens.
Yes. Metal Gear will be massive, but a Bloodborne would be absolute titanic for them.
I know a few people in the community's heads will explode if that happens.
Oh yeah.
Bloodborne is to a lot of people like a very, very extremely greatest of all time type beloved game, right? And if they do something more with that, you're going to see a lot of happy people. But a couple things that I wish would happen that I don't think are going to happen.
Oh yeah, let's do a wish list right now, Mav. I got a wish list. I got a wish. Go ahead.
Okay, let's go with wish list stuff here, right? I, Mav, as a gamer, would like to see from PlayStation at this showcase that I highly doubt will happen. These are things that I want. SOCOM.
You and I are gonna have the same list, so yeah, go ahead. Yeah, SOCOM.
Bring
Absolutely.
SOCOM back.
I've said it. It would be gigantic.
Tactical military shooter.
Show everybody you're
multiplayer.
Serious.
Yeah, if they do that, even if they make it one of their live service type games or whatever,
absolutely. But if they go all out, it can't be half-assed.
Yeah,
it can't be half-assed. But if they go all out and show that they're serious about jumping into that arena with SOCOM, yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
huge.
That would be that will literally make my show if that happens. Secondly, there was rumors about Insomniac making a Marvel MMO.
Yeah.
If we see that, depending on what that is and how it looks and what it could be, that could have me very excited. This is not going to happen, but because I feel like it would kind of this franchise kind of would be a 1-to-1 in the same genre as Spider-Man. But one of my franchises I love on PlayStation is Infamous. So, Ava, I said Ghost of Tsushima 2, you know what I mean? I would rather them announce a new Infamous, because I could imagine in this day and age now what they could do with that franchise and that property. The last one was so much fun to play.
And one of the best anti-hero games ever made. I love that game.
So good. And then my last hopes and dreams for Mav that I feel like won't happen because Sony right now is Uncharted 5.
I did not know you were going there. Okay.
Uncharted 5. Uncharted is maybe my favorite PlayStation franchise over the last 15 years or so.
All right. Yep. Uncharted 2 is GOAT status.
Yeah, since the PS3 era, you know, Uncharted's my favorite, I think. If they went out and actually surprised everybody, this isn't going to happen because there's no rumors or anything that's even working on the Uncharted game. They're working on the space thing or whatever it is, or
high fantasy.
Yeah, high fantasy. That's
supposedly.
Which that could be amazing too. You know, I just feel like that would be awesome to me. And I know I said, hey, you know, do some other things and stuff. That's the one sequel that like I really want. I think it's kind of overdue. They've been so focused on Last of Us with re-releases and The Last of Us 2 and all this kind of stuff. And like going back to Nathan Drake's storyline would be a really cool thing for me.
Can't disagree, brother. I can't. I'll give you a few here. Twisted Metal.
Okay.
Coming back. The show looks awful. I'm not gonna lie. The trailer did nothing for me.
That wasn't even really a trailer though.
It really wasn't, but even just the atmosphere, I was like, are you kidding me right now? Anyways, I would still love to see a game come back. I would love to see Twisted Metal come back. Of course, it's not going to have the Jaffe flair because Jaffe's no longer a part of Sony. But I still would like somebody to attempt the car battle scene.
What if you played as a sad clown escorting your son through
no, God, no.
You play as a sad clown car escorting your mini clown car through the wilderness and the streets in the wilderness and this another world full of other clown cars and cars that you weren't part of before.
It's a terrible idea.
No,
it's a terrible idea.
And you can only drive really slowly. You can't really go and, you know.
No, take all the characters from Twisted Metal out of their vehicles and just make it an open world narrative heavy game. where they're not driving their cars and not battling their cars.
It's just first person only in cockpit view, and it's like a conversation simulator.
Yeah, they're soul searching through the entire thing about their past.
Hey, son, let's go on this road and talk about life.
No, don't. Sony, don't ever let Mav near any of your stories.
Jaffe would be like, they did it again.
Yeah, no, he would puke on screen. He might stop podcasting at that point. That one, Resistance Fall Man. Fall Man, it's due to come back. I think that that's one of the franchises I say, had they pushed forward with it and continued with it, that it could be a giant franchise for them right now. They gave up on it and mothballed it, and I think that Resistance Fall Man, it's time for it to come back. So I'd love to see that as well. And then one of my personal, because you already said SOCOM, but one of my personal favorites, it's something I think that they have plenty of teams that could do it properly, but Siphon Filter in modern day on a PS5. Can you imagine what they could do with that map?
I could.
Can you imagine?
I just think they care to do it.
Nope, they don't. They don't. No, like I said, that's wish list.
And the main reason is because I feel like they're going to do this. They have this Metal Gear partnership deal going on, and they're not going to worry about doing Siphon Filter when they have a deal with marketing with Metal Gear. Who I think Metal Gear has become kind of like, even though it's been on Xbox, right? It's still been kind of synonymous with PlayStation, right? Sure. And that's due to marketing and everything with PlayStation.
It's Kojima.
And that for them is their stealth franchise, whether they own it or not, which is kind of the way they operate a lot of their business now.
Nope, and I agree with you. And then my last one I'm going to throw out here, because they could use another family-friendly game. They've got Ratchet and Clank, of course, right? They got Ratchet and Clank. But my personal favorite out of Dax and God, I can't speak tonight.
Dax and
Daxter. Anyway, Ratchet and Clank, but my personal favorite, Sly Cooper. Sly Cooper's got to come back. Sly Cooper, I loved Sly Cooper to death. Me and my kiddo used to play Sly Cooper all the time. I play Sly Cooper by myself on my Vita. Sly Cooper rocks. That raccoon is one of my favorites of all time characters that Sony has ever had. Sly Cooper needs to come back. Anyways, it's never going to happen. They're not going to invest in it. But anyways,
I got one
that's
more.
our wish list.
I got one more.
Okay.
I got one more because I meant to say this. I just completely forgot about it.
Go.
You remember the NVIDIA leak list that came out years ago?
Yes, which has been proven to be 100% true at this freaking
Pretty
point?
much, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a game that's one of my favorite of all time on that list that has still yet to be officially announced. And
you're not gonna.
If it is going to show up somewhere at a showcase, regardless if it's multi-platform or not, I feel like this would be the showcase.
If you're pulling this, bro,
I feel like this would be the showcase it could be at. Either this or a Nintendo show.
No, I ain't gonna be Nintendo because Sony's gonna pay.
Yeah, especially with the deal they made on the other one, right?
Correct.
My heart would swell. Yes. It would grow 3 sizes if I saw Final Fantasy Tactics announced finally. Mm-hmm. Remake, whatever they want to do with it. The new Final Fantasy Tactics.
Yep. And
I hope they treat this one like special as it is, special as it is. They've done they did Ogre Tactics and stuff like that already, right? This is
more of a remaster than anything. So
this I would hope they treat with the different level of reverence, with the amount of investment and everything that would go into this game.
Yep.
Because for many people, it is one of their favorite games of all time, and it's also for tactics players. It's known by many as the GOAT, right? Yep. For Final Fantasy players, it's known as one of the greatest Final Fantasy games. Mm-hmm. It holds a special place in a lot of gamers' hearts. Final Fantasy Tactics, if that was shown there, which the reason I'm pointing to that, because originally it was a PlayStation game, right?
Correct.
So it was exclusive, I think, to PlayStation 1. That would be amazing. I would love to see it. I want it to be everywhere. I don't want it to be like exclusive, but I do want to see it there. I think it would be a big splash. It would make the show better for me. Bottom line, right?
Yes. 100%. I love it because you already know that's how I feel about Tactics too. Final Fantasy Tactics is absolutely. I played it on Game Boy Advance actually too, like kiddos.
Yeah, Wars of the Lion or whatever. Yeah.
Yes. Just absolutely fantastic game, and yes, that would be gigantic. And it would be exclusive. I can almost guarantee it. Anyways, the way Square's going right now, either that or be riddled with NFTs this time around.
Please no. Please no.
No, it's got to happen. But all right, one heavyweight down, Matt. One heavyweight down. Let's get to our.
Let's get a couple super chats.
Yeah, you got super chats. Go. Oh, we got during our Sony talk. We got super chats. Let's go.
I like it. During Sony discussion without any real negativity.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
Scott Gamer Dude hit us early with a $10 super chat. Appreciate you, Scott
Shout
Gamer
out to you,
Dude.
Scott.
It said it's funny. It is called concessions.
Yeah.
Makes sense. You bought the movie ticket / game. Cloud is the free bucket of popcorn for you to consume anywhere you want. I like that.
I like
analogy.
it.
Yeah.
I like the analogy. I do. People like food analogies these days.
Yeah. I love food analogies. You can apply that to pretty much any food, and I'll be happy. Except for sour cream. Biggity 08
or pies.
Or pies. With the $5 super chat. Says Bungie said that their games would be multi-plat, but they didn't say there wouldn't be timed exclusives.
Correct.
That is correct.
Absolutely.
So we'll have to wait and see, I guess. Big Bad Mo member for
Big Bad Mo. Good to see you in here, brother.
Big Bad Mo says Microsoft shows 2018 teams. PS been 2 years. Show me anything.
Him?
Yeah.
That's where a lot of people are at.
Highlander
honestly
001 with $5.
Highlander, what's going on?
Again, says my cousin was a tank commander, and his tank was called Sweet Tooth, with a clown on his tank. His father owned a candy shop named Sweet Tooth. That is a badass story.
That is.
I would love to see a picture of that tank. If there's one that exists, you could DM me on Twitter or at me on Twitter or whatever. Because that's just badass. I think
I remember seeing another group of tanks, and I think was it during Desert Storm, and I think they had one of them had Sweet Tooth on there. I wonder if that was your brother or if that was just another tank group that also had that same thought. But that is an amazing idea. Like that's awesome.
Yeah, that's badass.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's better than riding an ice cream truck into the battlefield.
Yes, that would be dangerous and probably deadly.
Yeah.
So you don't want to do that. So one heavyweight down. We got Sony done. We're going to find out more next week. Mav, you're live streaming. I'm going to attempt to join you that day. I'm going to see if I can work it out. It is month end, which is really rough for me, but might be able to swing it. So I'm going to try. That's going to be a fun show. No matter what to watch, especially if they do go all out. If this is hopes and dreams again, even if it is just a little bit over an hour, I expect that there is going to be some surprises, and I expect there's going to be some things that make us go, ooh, nice.
Yeah.
So I can't wait. It's been too long. So let's get on to our favorite showcase, Mav, one that we've talked about incessantly. We do this every year with Xbox. We had big hopes and dreams last year for Xbox's showcase that turned out to not happen. A lot of us in this community did, but all signs are pointing to back to business for Xbox this year. ABK, all the cards are laid out on the table. There's been some stumbles coming off of Redfall, all that stuff. Everybody expects Xbox this year to kind of show up this year again, Mav, and to really, show what they've been hiding now since they last showed a lot of these games in 2020. It's time, even further back than that, but it's time to see some of the games. Again, you ran through it personally, over 40 plus titles that we are aware of. There's third-party deals being cut still. We know this. So we've got the June 11th showcase. And of course, the Starfield Direct right afterwards, which is obviously my Christmas and a lot of people's Christmas. The Starfield showcase. Again, they could just have the Starfield showcase developer direct on June 11th, and I'd be happy. But of course, I'm also excited to see what Xbox has been working on and get updates. Now we're getting closer, Mav. We know that Xbox is on a tight ship right now. They got everything locked down. We haven't seen any leaks. We haven't had any grub specials this year at all about what's going to be at this showcase, but we've certainly speculated on it. But as we approach Mav, and now that we know Sony's going to be there, and it's interesting, Sony's going first. Normally they go after Xbox, but they're coming out the gates first. A lot of people didn't believe that show was going to happen because of how they normally do things. They wait for Xbox to go and then show up. But this year we're going to see Sony first. But Xbox has been locked in. We've heard Phil say they're locked in on this showcase. He said in that interview with Kind of Funny that, doesn't expect anybody to believe him. But at the same time, he's excited for the showcase, that they've got some updates on the things that we are aware of. We're going to see some new IP. Has anything changed for you here, Matt? You got any other big new thoughts about the Xbox showcase, about what's going to be there? Do you think anything, surprising that might be there?
I feel like I got to say this first.
Yeah, shoot. Go.
It is fucking awesome that we finally have a showdown type situation here. I know it's a couple weeks apart, right?
Don't matter.
I don't care. I think PlayStation was smart for having it this far in advance, because that's going to separate and give them so much time with the conversation. Then you have the 8th, which is going to be Summer Game Fest. You can bet they're going to have a presence there as well, as they usually do with anything involving Keighley. And then Microsoft will have the pressure on them on the 11th, right? After a couple weeks of conversation about PlayStation and then the Summer Games Fest, we'll have Microsoft's moment at this time. Xbox's time to shine. And that's what's badass about these things. It's not just about measuring up one versus the other. It's about the spectacle of it all, right? It's about seeing this and then knowing what you saw and then seeing another show. And how does this show make you feel maybe compared to the last one, right? And that's a very important thing with marketing from these game companies and with the mind share of gamers and all this kind of stuff. So it is badass that finally we have the situation, and it's created a summer gaming festival event, almost like an E3 situation. Ubisoft is following after Xbox as well on the 12th. So we have that to look forward to as well.
We'll talk about them a little bit later. 8 games, supposedly, in the next fiscal year.
Yeah, we'll see. That's been saying that for a couple of years, I think. So Xbox says, at this moment in time, I'm trying to put myself in the future, right? What will the conversation be like on June 11th? We'll have had the PlayStation show. People are going to be hyped about these games, probably. I know more about the pipeline from PlayStation. 2024's got some answers, right? We've seen some of those games that some of these big devs are working on. People are like, yeah, PlayStation, yeah, let's go, right? Summer Game Fest will have happened. You're going to see a mixed bag there. Maybe Xbox tries to make at least one splash at that show. And then leading into a couple days later, we hit the Xbox showcase, knowing that it's an hour and a half, at least, probably, or around that. And then Starfield Direct, right? So we know we're getting 2 hours of Xbox glory on that day. The question is, where does it land? And then go back and think about Phil's comments at that interview. And we know we're getting some updates on some of the games that they've already announced. That was number 1 on my list, right? And it has been for 2 years now. But but it seems like we're getting. It seems like we're finally getting that. Yep. A few surprises as well, he said. So that's a check mark. That means new game announcements to me.
No 12 months, Mav.
Yeah, no 12 months. Yeah, for sure, I think. And then updates on maybe some of these games that are coming sooner as well, right? So I'm anticipating, like what we talked about before, a mixed bag show that has CG type trailers for future things. It has updates on things we already know about. It has things coming sooner. We can bet Forza Motorsport's going to be there, right? We know they're already dedicating a large amount of time at the Direct for Starfield, so that's checkboxed, right? I'm still super happy that the show they seem is big enough that they didn't have to have Starfield take up any time on the main show, which is fucking awesome to me, right? I see some people comparing times, like, well, the Xbox shows an hour and a half at least, or around that time, and then the PlayStation shows a little over an hour, so Xbox wins already. And for me, you gotta. I would anticipate that Xbox may have a little bit more of like indie stuff in their show, as well. That's gonna take up some of that time. Maybe a few other third-party things, like some of these other game announcements and stuff. They tend to do some of that stuff. So the question is, what are they going to bring with the heavy hitters, the stuff that we all tune into these shows to see, you know? And I think they're going to bring it this year. This is going to be, at 2021, when that show was over, the pacing, everything they showed, remember, was so amazing, right? In retrospect, now we got to play some of the things they had. They fell short on some things. They delivered on some others. And that's ultimately what matters most. But at the time, 2021 is like, wow, that's fucking like the best show ever, right? I feel like they're gonna have that same energy, but more, because we're gonna be at a place now where these games are further in to development. They have so many different projects they've been working on for so long now, and it's more about them choosing what they feel like is going to make the splashes and where to show what, right? And who's ready to give them the goods to show. And I it's hard to pick which ones. That's the hard thing about Xbox, because we know so much about what they're working on. You're on mute, Pong. I see you trying to chime in every once in a while, but can't hear you.
No, I was not speaking. I was just moving my lips.
You just moving your lips?
Yes. Yes.
There's so much good stuff that they can show, and it's hard. I mean, if they come out there and they show me what I want to see, like we kind of did this with PlayStation, right?
Yeah, absolutely,
so,
of course.
Hopes and Dreams,
yeah,
Fable, Perfect Dark,
yep.
State of Decay 3. I don't think we're gonna see that, but State of Decay 3.
They're hiring combat animators.
Yeah, and right, I don't know how much that matters 100%. Like, I mean, they're always evolving things.
Did you watch Colt's video about the showcase?
No.
Did you catch it? Okay.
I have not.
Just throw this in there as an interesting point, because you're naming off these. He thinks Perfect Dark isn't even close. He thinks that Crystal Dynamics has pulled most of their team to go work on the new Tomb Raider.
Okay.
In that video. Again...
Is it based on...
That's what I don't know, but it was shocking to me when he said it that way, because he literally said it like it was a statement of fact, like, oh yeah, no, Perfect Dark is not close to being shown. They got to wait for the Tomb Raider team to get done with the new Tomb Raider before they move back to Perfect Dark. That's the impression I got from watching Colt's video. Like, I was kind of blown away, and he said that no, State of Decay 3 is not even close either. So,
yeah. It isn't surprise, but they still got to update these games that they've already.
Yeah,
as far as Perfect Dark, depends on what you mean by close. I feel like.
Well, 2025,
yeah. I mean, that's still within the realm of the next 2 years. Like, that wouldn't surprise me.
I don't know. Again, the way Colt said it, because I think that they were already contracted. Crystal Dynamics was contracted. Yeah. It wasn't the whole team. It was a portion of that
also
team.
The comments by Embracer Group saying this isn't going to affect the development for their projects, and they were also wanted to do.
That's why I was kind of just sorry, I didn't mean to throw you off track, but I just was kind of taken aback by Colt's video. I was like, oh, wait a minute. What? When did this come about?
Maybe it was because of the language that they used when they talked about moving full focus into Tomb Raider. Right?
It's potential, yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that the teams that they had involved with other contracts aren't still ongoing either. So I don't know where that. I don't know. I'd have to talk to Colt and say like where you're getting this from. You know what I mean? But I haven't seen it, but I still feel like I want to see it. Like,
yes,
it's time to know what the game is. Like, give me an idea on where it's at. If there was an issue with Crystal Dynamics, I would hope to God that Xbox wouldn't just be waiting for them, right? And there would be some other solution there. So I don't know how much I'll put into that, but Fable, want to see it. State of Decay 3, I think that's probably one that would be less likely. However, I still would like to kind of see a new trailer for it regardless, just because they're doing things with State of Decay still. And I feel like the stuff they just did with State of Decay 2 is kind of like a test bed for State of Decay 3 with some of these things. And like, it just makes sense. So they're in that stage right now. And it's not to say that, the games, they're just now trying to test things. Like the game could be further into development. They're still trying to tweak responses from a community on how they feel about certain aspects. And it could mean that aspect of that kind of gameplay design was done and they just kind of moved it into State of Decay 2, right? So who knows exactly where that's at. Man, I want to see Avowed really badly.
It's gonna
that one's a better bet, right?
Yes, absolutely.
That's a better bet
next year. Phil's comments in the interview confirm it's next year. So
I actually want to see Everwild. I know a lot of people just kind of in the back of their mind or whatever. That game is absolutely stunningly gorgeous. Artwork and stuff. I want to know what it is. I want to see what that game is.
Aesthetic was off the charts.
I feel like they got Starfield, right? And that's like a massive, hugely popular IP and game. That's going to do amazing things for them. But besides Starfield, with what's on the horizon, they need to announce. They got a Hellblade 2. We can expect. I think we can expect that.
Yes.
They don't have anything like in the same realm. Now, there's not many games, period, that are in that league, right?
Not. Yeah, no.
But I would love to see something else announced, like a new game announcement that has somewhat of that level of hype around it. And I try and
what studio would be Coalition with Gears 6 would be
if they show Gears 6 like a little snippet of it, and it just like I fucks our skulls and like with the greatness, which is very possible from the Coalition, that could actually do it because it's been a while now, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to think who else would be like studio wise. Who else would have that? Fable will have that impact.
So that's why I want to see Perfect Dark, because I feel like Perfect Dark has a potential to be that.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it, but I feel like Perfect Dark has a potential to be that kind of a franchise, right? It has a potential to be that hardcore, that like, but it's so like, where is it? What state is it in? Wait, nobody knows. And that's the problem with not showing your games for 3 years or talking about them, because we're left with unanswered questions, right? And I want to know the answers to these things. And that's why I want to see it, because if nothing else, if we see it, we'll have some more answers than we do today, right? Same with Fable, same with Avowed, same with State of Decay 3, same with all those games on that list. The key is, remember, Paris asked the question, he ran down that list, and it was Phil said some of those games we're getting updates on. Yes. So it's not out of the realm of question to think we're going to see some of those there. But the question is, when do those games come out? I don't know. The fact is, if they need more time on some of those, that's still fine because they have an amazing pipeline coming. The question then is, what's next in the pipeline if those games are farther out? Then it's like, what's for 2024? What's early 2025? And then those are the games we could probably see even a bigger focus on at this show. And that's where the wild cards are, right? You got Hellblade 2 and Avowed, yes. Forza Motorsport, yes. Right? And we have the Starfield Direct, so that's 4. Okay, that would be that bigger bets. After that, I have no fucking clue.
Right.
Compulsion, In Exile, Outer Worlds 2, potentially. I don't know. I doubt it. Like, I would
doubt it. I doubt that. They're all hands on deck for Avowed, I'm sure, at this point. Besides a grounded team.
So there's,
a small team on Outer Worlds too, but yeah,
it's a new third-party deal game that we're not anticipating. Contraband could show up there as well, but that's not going to be like a.
Colt said no.
No, on that one.
No,
that one game was originally rumors that come out in 2021. I think.
I'm telling you, Colt's video was kind of crazy to me. I was like, whoa. No, he said Contraband's still not ready. Again, take it for what it is. It's Colt, and again, Colt does talk to people, but Colt did say, as somebody put in the chat eloquently, he did predict that Banjo was going to be shown last year. So, again, Colt does do videos where he kind of goes out on limbs. But yeah, I was kind of shocked about that. But yeah, you're right, Mav. As far as what you're saying, as far as first party goes, what's afterwards, the projects. And again, In Exile, Compulsion both have to show at some point here. Again, we know that they're moving from AA to AAA, so it's a big move. It's not, when people ask, well, where are these games? Well, they're not making games like they used to make. Like, they're making much bigger experiences for us, according to what we've heard. So if that's the case, then yeah, it's going to take teams time to ramp up. Coalition, we know, have been helping everybody else.
Yeah.
They worked on the Matrix demo. They were doing supposedly working on a couple smaller projects that they scrap now to focus on Gears 6, but they've been doing a lot of other things. They took a break, like they said they were going to do. They took a break from Gears. Okay, no problem. Are they ready to give us a teaser on Gears 6? Because again, I think that's the only one that we are aware of that we, could kind of, like you said, wow us and show us. But Hellblade 2 is the biggest question mark for me. Does it show up at this event? Or are they doing something special with Hellblade 2 down the road? Do they have a dev direct lined up down the road with Hellblade 2? I think it has to show up here. Even if they just announce a dev direct and a date for the dev direct, I think that would be giant if it's towards the end of this year, because we know there's smoke that potentially it hits this year. A lot of us are more in line with early next year, January, February. But whatever the case is, that's coming close. And Hellblade 2 has the potential, even though the IP was originally a AA, even though the IP originally didn't come out to the greatest reception in the world when it launched on PlayStation, it slowly has gained a massive following. And just because of what Ninja Theory has shown us, Mav, graphics-wise, where they're taking the story, this experience is going to be much bigger than the personal battle that the original one was. This is going to be obviously a much, much more expansive experience. But as far as combat goes, as far as the world goes, as far as how we're going to travel through the world, is it more open world? We need to see that stuff. We need to know that stuff. But that has the potential, from purely graphics wow standpoint, to be the next game that does kind of set the benchmark and kind of sets Xbox apart. It's that first potential for that third-person, over-the-shoulder, narrative-driven game that everybody's been asking Xbox to have. Not everybody. I shouldn't say everybody. But most people have been asking Xbox to have. So I think Hellblade 2 is your next big one. And then after that, it is Avowed, Map. You're right. Avowed, because we're not getting Elder Scrolls 6 for X amount of years, potentially 5 more years, Avowed's going to take its place. Just much like Obsidian did Fallout New Vegas and kind of filled the holes between Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, Avowed's going to fill that hole for us between Skyrim and Elder Scrolls 6. And Avowed, with that team, with how we know Obsidian are absolute wizards, how they've grown, how they've proven themselves time and time again, now taking bigger and bigger leaps, Avowed could be the next big thing that nobody else as a platform holder really has, an experience that you can only truly get on Xbox. And I think that that's what also will separate Avowed. Outside of that, you're looking towards unannounced stuff that we know has been in the works. ZeniMax Online.
Yeah.
What is it? Is it potentially a Starfield MMO? Of course, we know that they've done Fallout, they've done Elder Scrolls. Of course, there's probably going to be a Starfield MMO. Now, we had the conversation with Scalzi here on PM in the PM a couple months back when Scalzi joined us. And I think that we were all kind of in alignment that it wouldn't make sense to take away from the single-player Starfield brand new IP from Todd Howard and his A-team. It wouldn't make much sense to take any attention away from that by announcing the Starfield MMO at this show with a release potentially within the next year. You want to give Starfield as a brand new IP to kind of grow it, kind of grow into its own, to take its own form. Fallout, they did Fallout 76 after they already had Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. They did ESO after Elder Scrolls had already established itself. Obviously, we all believe Starfield's the next big franchise. We all believe that this is the next generational type game from Todd Howard and his A-team, but it's a new IP. It doesn't have that established kind of lore and everything else attached to it where you throw an MMO at it right away. Now, Scalzi thought maybe 2 years down the road, potentially. So if it's not a Starfield MMO, if it is the smoke that we heard, potentially a Star Wars MMO, Mav, or something brand new, because we know they got multiple projects going on, then that, again, everybody can poo-poo MMOs, but Elder Scrolls Online is one of the biggest MMOs ever, especially on console. So if it's a new game in the Star Wars or Marvel universe, potentially, then I think that could have giant ramifications that we didn't even think about, right?
Yeah, and Bethesda's side would be the ones that would have had that deal in the works, right?
Right, correct. And we know they were cutting deals with Disney. Yeah. So, again, Indiana Jones. Another potential, again, people say, well, Indiana Jones is for the boomers. Indiana Jones is for the older crowd because most of the younger crowd could care less about Indiana Jones. Look, if they turn Indiana Jones if they use Indiana Jones as the influence it was on Lara Croft on Tomb Raider and also on Uncharted, and they remind everybody if Indiana Jones comes and turns into what you were just talking about, Mav, during the Sony wish list, all of a sudden Indiana Jones is the new Uncharted for Xbox. And again, we don't even know if it's going to be exclusive. So this could be a multi-plat game. But if they create that, who knows? That could be huge too here, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of unknowns. And then you get into the third-party stuff, Mav, and I think that's where it gets really interesting. We kind of hinted at it with Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat 1 just got announced. We don't know who the marketing rights are. There was any kind of indication. There are some people out there that are saying there's smoke behind the scenes that Sony has the marketing rights. That would mean that they have the marketing rights to the big 3 fighting games. I think that would be terrible. I think that Xbox needs to have one of the big 3. And they don't. That would be terrible to me. If it doesn't show up at the Sony showcase, as I stated, I think it shows up at Xbox's stage. They show it off again, and I think that the shock could be that Ed Boon also announces that NetherRealm is working on a Killer Instinct. Besides that, and just makes a quick announcement like, "Hey, got one more surprise for you. We've also got this," and they flash the KI. That's all they got to do. Walk off stage. Massive for Xbox. I don't know if that'll happen. That's just me throwing it out there, going out on a limb, but I think that would be awesome. Then we've also speculated, Mav, that Bandai Namco and Xbox have a great relationship. Yeah. Bandai Namco, we are pretty sure that Xbox had the marketing rights for Elden Ring, and something went sideways there, whether it was Sony, whatever the case may be. Bandai Namco and from Xbox something. And I know that doesn't really work in the business world. Yeah. So, okay, I'm just saying. But Armored Core 6 is the perfect Game Pass game. Fires of Rubicon is the perfect Game Pass game. It is the perfect IP that they're trying to bring back after a long hiatus since the 360 days. A niche genre in the mech genre that this would be perfect to have on Xbox's stage with From's popularity right now, at the peak of their popularity, to have them on Xbox's stage, even for a niche genre like this. Armored Core 6 is going to be a gigantic fall title, and it's going to have a lot of weight behind it now. Have that on the Xbox stage would be massive, and it would be a huge W for Game Pass for the fall as a third-party title. And then there's rumors, again, that just popped up today. We've heard these before, Mav. Atlas is remaking Persona 3. And if they're remaking Persona 3, there's rumors today that it's showing up on Xbox stage, that newfound, or not newfound, but let's say reestablished Sega, partnership with Xbox is paying dividends again. And that what once was a Sony IP is now slowly transforming itself into an Xbox kind of IP. Now that we've got all the Personas in a Game Pass, that Persona 3 remake will be announced. And in fact, the early rumors from, I believe it was Special Nick that first brought these out late last year, was that they're actually doing the early Shin Megami Tensei remakes as well. And if that's the case, they're all going to be on Xbox. And that would be another massive W for them, for the Eastern style game. And then you got some dark horses, Mav. And then you got a lot of dark horses sitting out there. What else have they been dealing with, right? Have they gone and actually made sure that they cut a deal with Black Myth Wukong so that it didn't go to Sony? Or at least that Sony couldn't get timed exclusivity or full exclusivity can they announce something like Black Myth Wukong? Black Myth Wukong is close. It's within the next year, supposedly.
Yeah.
So, that would be gigantic too. So, I don't know. You got any thoughts on third-party stuff at all? Stalker 2 could show up.
I mean, I really like your Armored Core thing. Besides that, I would maybe look for something from Sega.
Yeah.
Either on the PC side or as well as the console side. What's the release date for Company Heroes 3 again? Is it May?
That's May. Yeah, it's the end of May here.
For console, right?
Yes.
So we won't see anything regarding that.
Nope.
But something from Sega I could see because, you see some regular players, like you mentioned, Bandai Namco. Sega a lot of times has an appearance with Microsoft.
The new Jet Set Radio, maybe, Mav?
Something like that could be a possibility.
Yeah.
Right? Hi-Fi Rush was a success for them. Almost similar art style in a kind of a way right there. So I would say maybe something from Sega. Bandai Namco is a very strong possibility. We've talked about that before. Other than that, I look back at Activision Blizzard.
Yep.
And we know that they're making deals with Microsoft for marketing because they've had that with Diablo already, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Blizzard has something else to announce.
Maybe that Star Wars RTS shows up on the Xbox stage.
That would be insane.
Yep. And we did forget to mention Age 4 should be on the stage as well.
Yeah, Age 4 should be there, right?
Yep.
It's interesting to think about third party though, because that's PlayStation's go-to was getting exclusivity or these deals on third party stuff. But last year, even just with Game Pass deals, we had games like Wolong in there, right? You had High on Life, which was, I think that was announced actually at E3, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was
yes.
I remember it was
or no, was that the Tokyo?
I think it was announced at E3.
It wasn't. It had to be E3. Yep.
So there's some. They're going to probably announce a couple third party games that are either exclusive or will be on Game Pass day one. And now
Wonder Woman, Mav?
That would be massive.
Yeah.
That would be massive if we saw that. We know that, we'll probably see Silk Song there.
Yes.
Replaced.
Yep.
But big ones, that's where I'm trying to think. Where's big games and or at least somewhat bigger type titles that, and I just don't think we know what they are yet because they haven't been announced.
Oh.
So that's going to be the exciting thing is whatever those new game announcements are that we had no clue existed, right?
Mm-hmm.
That'll be something that happens for sure.
Because Phil said we're going to see new stuff that we didn't know about.
And I think that goes into third party also because that follows the same path they did the last 2 years, right? It's a lot to look forward to, man. I know that that Xbox has a lot of pressure on them right now from the outside. I honestly feel like Xbox is in a good place right now, regardless of the narratives or the perception and stuff that some people have. But
I actually want to go into that next, Mav. So keep going because I do want to lead into that.
This year's, but minus the Redfall debacle, has been a really strong year for Xbox within the releases that they've had, the amount of releases they've had. They had a lot of traction. The financials were actually pretty solid, way better than a lot of people thought they were going to be as well. You have the Redfall situation, which was the kind of a black eye at the moment, right? But it doesn't really take away from what's coming still and what else they've done this year. And to be able to kind of stockpile that stuff, right? And add on top of it with all these new things that we're going to see is going to really help their momentum. And then we're talking about all this, right? And there's a whole separate show just dedicated to Starfield.
Correct.
And we're not even discussing that because it's a given. But that's the biggest game that Xbox has had in years.
Mm-hmm.
So that game is going to be a massive talking point, massive thing. once that Starfield Direct happens, that's what everybody's gonna be talking about. It's gonna be Starfield.
Good and bad.
Good and bad.
It's
It'll be picked apart, all this kind of stuff.
Yep.
And it shows the fact that people are gonna care, people are gonna watch, people are gonna really dig into this stuff. And they have a chance with this show to really make an impact with the future plans of what the games are coming. I just don't want them to squander it. And like, there's too many questions right now, and too much like hypotheticals and what if this is what's going on with this is going on. This is the time to give us the answers, right? So that way you control these narratives and you can end those discussions, right? And we talked about some of those here. We don't know like what's going on with Crystal Dynamics, but we know the last reports, right? So does that create any kind of doubt in people's minds about the state of Perfect Dark? You got to control those things, right? So not let this doubt creep in for these titles that you are investing in and have a lot of hype about. So this is their opportunity to kind of re-cement that pipeline, the big games, and now some more things coming soon. And I think they're going to do that. And I really think they're going to nail it this time, man. I really do. On the
confidence that Phil had in that interview, Mav.
Yeah.
About the roadmap, about the one per quarter. That's what they got to carry into the showcase. And I think that's why Phil was talking to that way, because he's seen the showcase and he knows what he's got lined up. If they can present that confidence, and I know you can say, well, last year they presented confidence in 12 months and look how that turned out. I get that. And I acknowledge that. I was one of the ones who said, you got to hit. Mav and I and the rest of the Fun Speculation Network and Steel and everybody, we're the ones that held them to the fire when everybody was saying, oh, they didn't make a promise. There was an asterisk there. Bullshit. That's terrible. That's terrible for your consumer. If you make something that is in all cases but the asterisk a promise that you're going to have those games in 12 months and you don't show up, it's awful. So, but what I'm saying is going forward, like Mav was just saying, Phil's confidence in the interview was, I finally have seen the roadmap. I finally see the one per quarter happening.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case and he believes that and he could see it happening now, then that's what they got to carry through the showcases and show that.
Yeah.
That's what they got coming, right?
Yeah.
And that'll change. That'll change the conversation. Yeah. It always does.
And then we have these dev directs potentially to look forward to give us these updates on the games coming sooner, right?
Yes. And we got things like QuakeCon, we got TGS still. We got all these things now that Microsoft can show up to, and they do. TGS has been huge for Microsoft for the past couple of years. And then throw in dev directs, like Mav just said. They potentially can constantly be in our face now, Mav. All they've got to do is deliver.
Yeah.
That's all they got to do.
And they've been
now.
In our face a lot this year, actually, with trailers and things about a lot of stuff, just like not these games further out. Redfall was a setback because it hurt the confidence for some people.
Because it had been a year and a half. It had been a year and a half since we got a big title.
Yes. And it hurt the confidence. And like, this is what we've been waiting. You know what I mean? So like, they got to reassure with that confidence. And when we see Forza Motorsport, our eyes are going to be popping out of our skulls. When we see Hellblade 2, our eyes are going to be popping out of our skulls, right? Mm-hmm. When we see some of these games, it's going to give us that feeling. When we see Starfield, we're going to be oohing and awing about the latest God Howard masterpiece. It's going to grace our presence, right? There's so much to look forward to. I just want to know what else there is to, right?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I agree. And that's why I kind of want to roll into it. It was a perfect segue, by the way, Mav. Because an article came out today from the one and only Destin Legary.
He's been trending,
yeah, I like Destin a lot. Yeah. Personally, again, out of the mainstream journalists out there, dude's real to me. Like he
gives his own opinions.
He gives his own thoughts. He gives, especially because he's got his own channel. He doesn't hold back. He talks the way that he thinks. And again, out of all the mainstream journalists, there's only a handful that do that, in my opinion, on a regular basis. And so Destin, I have no problem with. And in fact, his article today, Mav, 3-Bit joked in our DMs if I was going to send a gift to him that said you're late, because he is late to the party compared to what we've been talking about. Because he put out an article today that said he put out a post along with it that said that Starfield is the biggest launch since Halo 1, since Halo CE.
Yeah, most important.
The most important one since Halo. And we've been talking about that for how long, man? We were throwing that out there, God, for the past year now, maybe year and a half. We've been talking about that, something like that.
It was part of our Marchers argument.
Yeah, it was part of our Marchers argument. Yeah, exactly. And look, had they been able to do it, it actually would have worked out it would have worked out the way we said it would have benefited them. It would have benefited them. Because had they gotten Starfield out and Starfield was great, the Redfall could have come along and been Redfall as it is now. And sure, there would have been a little bit of talk, but everybody would have been enjoying Starfield too much. It wouldn't have felt like such a big gut punch, right? So, but he went on to say as well, Mav, and this is the part where I go, ooh, really, Destin? We're there? I'll read the article here. It's not very long, but the main title of the article is Starfield feels like Xbox's last chance at redemption. Those are pretty strong words, man. It goes on to say, with Redfall a huge disappointment after months of no shows, Xbox has one last shot at keeping its fans on board. It's no secret the gaming community is kind of angry at Xbox since Redfall release. It really felt like the straw that broke the camel's back. For too long, Xbox fans have been asked to wait just a little bit longer for the next amazing AAA game, but enough is enough. Redfall was supposed to be that game, and look how that turned out. Now, with Redfall in the rearview mirror, aka the uninstalled bin for most of us, it's time to look forward to the next big release, Starfield. If Starfield is a flop or suffers from any kind of major problem, or, is just not that fun, faith in Xbox's ability to deliver is going to be further shaken, and as a result, I imagine heads will roll at Xbox. Starfield doesn't deserve this added pressure, but it will be the first full-price game that has a chance to change minds about what Xbox is capable of. Initially in 2021, it felt like Xbox had hit its stride with a great campaign for Halo Infinite and Game of the Year winning Forza Horizon 5. But it took almost another year for promised features such as campaign and co-op Forge to be added to Halo's multiplayer. And that's after Infinite's release was delayed a year in the first place. It brought Xbox's competence to the forefront, especially as Phil Spencer himself said, if we lose our way with Halo, we lose our way with Xbox. So why did exactly that happen with Xbox's biggest franchise? Forza Horizon 5 was a gem in the Xbox library, receiving industry-wide praise and finally putting Xbox on the right path when it came to big content releases. It capped off 2021 perfectly, but when 2022 rolled around, nothing. It kicked off with the abysmal Crossfire X, which, despite having the highly regarded Remedy name attached to it, was a shooter with brain-dead AI, combat mechanics ripped straight out of 1993. Worse, the multiplayer was borderline unplayable.
It's not an Xbox game.
It's not an Xbox game, correct. I was going to do it. Smilegate took over publishing. Xbox said no thank you, probably because they saw it and said, go ahead, Smilegate, take this one over. Elsewhere, Xbox had success with smaller releases like Tunic, Pentiment, and High Life. And I suppose you could credit them with the PS5 release of Deathloop and Ghostwire Tokyo, which Xbox fans received a year later. But despite the universal praise for Hi-Fi Rush, a surprise hit early in 2023, Xbox fans are still longing for a meaty AAA experience exclusive to the Xbox ecosystem. Thanks a lot, Redfall. By contrast, look at what PlayStation has accomplished in the same time. Returnal, Ratchet & Clank, Rift Apart, The Last of Us Part 1, Gran Turismo 7, Horizon Forbidden West, and God of War Ragnarok, not to mention updates that enhance PS4 versions of most of the popular games, including The Last of Us Part 2 and God of War. We got enhancements out the gate, thank you very much. Then there's the handful of other exclusives like Stray, Kena Bridge of Spirits, and Final Fantasy VII Remake, plus director's cuts of smash hits like Ghost of Tsushima and Death Stranding. In short, more than enough to tide fans over. Sure, Xbox has Xbox Game Pass, but where are the mega hits? Xbox needs a game that people don't stop playing or talking about for months, if not years to come. After years of waiting, Xbox desperately needs its answer to God of War Ragnarok, or a world to get lost in like The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Starfield could be that game. It has all the markings of an amazing Bethesda RPG with great storytelling, interesting mechanics, and fun combat. Heck, if it's not good, I'm sure many will forgive if it's that good, I'm sure many will forgive the quirky Bethesda bugs we often see at launch. It has to be a fantastic game. Good won't merely be enough. And there's something devastating like a save file bug or issues like Fallout 3 and New Vegas suffered on PS3. Don't forget Skyrim in there, Destin as well, causing it to crash all the time. Confidence in Xbox's ability to release a quality AAA game will surely be shaken. Worse, its ability to manage its many acquired studios will also be called into question. That's already happened. Xbox has had enough involvement with Redfall to have the team ditch the PS5 version, but not enough to prevent it launching in a beta state. The last big hit for the Xbox ecosystem was November 2021 when Forza Horizon 5 released. So where are the games, Xbox? That's what everybody wants to know. The time for promises has been and gone. Now it's time for action. And this was written for IGN, of course, Destin's regular job, which he also has his own channel, which he does his own opinions on, but he wrote this for IGN specifically. This is kind of a common theme. I've even seen some, known people in the community, not PS5, not the circus, not the clown show, not the pony show. I've seen some regular people start this talk too, Matt. It always seems like they go in patterns. It's really interesting. Anyways, man, we've had our own questions out here in the wild. We've given Xbox a smoke over the past year and a half. When people were telling us we shouldn't talk about things, we were talking about things. But at the same time, Destin saying this is the last chance at redemption. Like, I don't know, brother. For me, I just think that's too far. Because we just talked about how many we talked about how many games they have. Confidence surely is shaken, at least in this small community. There's Redfall did it no favors. We know all this. We talked about it time and time again. But overall, the amount of content that Xbox has. Now, again, if it went on for a streak in like Hellblade, Hellblade 2 sucked and Avowed came out and was that then
this is one bad game.
This is one bad game in Redfall. Yeah. Right. In Starfield, yes. Mav and I both believe, and again, we talked about it for a lot longer than anybody has, that I've heard at least, that we've believed that Starfield is the biggest launch, or the most important launch, I should say, since Halo CE in many ways for Xbox, because it can be the defining moment for the new generation of Xbox. Yeah. It can be the defining moment kind of culminating from the acquisition of ZeniMax into all the reasons why they acquired ZeniMax and what it can do for Xbox.
Like
right?
A pre-Starfield Xbox and a post-Starfield Xbox.
Correct.
Right? Yeah.
Correct. It's Starfield, Todd Howard and Bethesda team, the A team, have that power. And again, people forget because it's so far and few between when we get their games, and they haven't launched a new IP like this in anybody's memory. Like, again, this is 2 decades in the making. Yes, Fallout 3 technically was a new IP to Bethesda, but it had an established lore. It had an established, again, I've said this before, if you really think about it, this is Todd's truly first brand new game from start to finish, creating all the lore, creating everything about the game from start to finish. So it is a big deal. And it has the power to change the course. If Starfield does come out and is another generational type game, as we've spoken about, instantly all the talk that we've been hearing goes away. Sure, the Clown and Pony Show will still be out here doing their thing. They always will. It doesn't matter. But for the general community, the people that are fans, Xbox will be back on track if Starfield does it. But if Starfield doesn't, does that mean all of a sudden people are going to jump ship? If Starfield's a 7.5, if Starfield's an 8, does that mean the Xbox community is going to jump ship? Knowing that Hellblade 2 is around the corner, knowing that Avowed's around the corner, knowing that Forza Motorsport is coming, I think it's a little over the top. It's a little dramatic, don't you think, Mav?
It's not just a little too far. It's like way too far. I mean, and like, if you want to read it from the perspective of some people's mindset. Mm-hmm. That you could say that. Sure. If you want to read it in the framework of any kind of actual reality, then it is insane. It's way too far. You know what I mean? It's like reading the article is kind of like a double standard textbook, right? That we talk about with the gaming community and all these kind of things. And this conversation is being brought to light because of 2 reasons. 2022 and its shortcomings as far as a quantity of first-party releases, no big first-party games. No. And then the first big one of this year, being Redfall, was a failure on many metrics, right?
Correct.
Then the comparison goes into PlayStation, right? So again, this is where things get interesting because no mention of this year and the quantity and quality of exclusives for PlayStation this year.
Correct.
Forspoken, if you're going to include games like Crossfire X, right. And if Sony's model, I've said this many times, if Sony's model to fill their pipeline is by buying exclusivity for third-party games,
absolutely,
then the quality matters because that's what you can count on as a PlayStation owner, right? So if a game like a Forspoken comes out and is not good, that's not good for Sony. It's not good for the fan base, right? Equally, to me, as much as almost as like a Redfall situation.
Right.
But you look at this year for Sony, the only big first-party game that they've released is MLB The Show. And that's a multi-plat, which is a better value on Xbox.
Right. The Call of the Mountain, Mav. VR2.
What is that? I don't even know. I know what it is. I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean.
And Burning Shores.
That's
huge DLC.
That's DLC. How much content have we gotten added to Xbox games this year?
Correct.
Just saying, right? Updates on games that they're charging for as a celebration. Gotten updates on games for free this generation from Xbox without a lot of praise. I'd rather get it for free instead of having to pay for it, personally.
Right. Obviously.
You can call it a director's cut, or you can just update the damn game.
Right.
I'd rather just update the damn game. That's not a victory to celebrate for PlayStation. That is a anti-consumer type move to get more money out of the consumers in that regard. It doesn't count as a win for releases. Otherwise,
right.
We count every single update for free that we've gotten for Xbox as like a new release? Because there's a lot more. Double standards. Mentioning games like High on Life, or Pentiment, As Dusk Falls, Hi-Fi Rush, relegating them to a lower tier, right? No, those don't really, we've been getting some of these. They're okay. People kind of like those. We're waiting for the big ones. But then going on to praise releases like Stray, Kena Bridge of Spirits, stuff like that. It's double standards. Now, if you want to say the one part I can agree with, you got Returnal, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, Last of Us Part 1, and Gran Turismo 7, and Horizon Forbidden West, and God of War Ragnarok, right? You look at the releases for Xbox.
Sure.
This generation so far, big releases, right? Horizon 5, smash it.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely. Just past 30 million.
Halo Infinite was launched to critical acclaim.
Correct.
Had content pipeline issues.
Right.
None of those games that he mentioned, except for maybe Gran Turismo 7, have any real pipeline.
And Gran Turismo 7 had its own issues out the gate.
If you take the campaign for what it's worth with the Halo Infinite, you got equal value there, or to a lot of those games, or you know what I mean. So you could take it for what it's worth. Halo Infinite's a different animal. You got to judge it for what it is. They didn't deliver on the post-content services. There's still a chance for redemption and for that game to resurge as far as numbers and stuff like that. A lot of people still play it and enjoy it and all that kind of stuff. As Xbox gamers, we want more and better from Halo, right?
Yeah.
Going forward. So you want to say that? That's fair, right? Gran Turismo 7 was a good game, but it's still a letdown for a lot of people. To call it a smash success, I think would be a little bit overzealous. Horizon Forbidden West, same in that regard.
Same.
Launched also to some issues as well. God of War Ragnarok, fair, right? You want to say, that's awesome, yes, but equate the amount of releases PlayStation's had so far with the amount of releases Xbox has. Already this year, Xbox has Hi-Fi Rush, Age 2 Definitive Edition,
which he completely left out.
Yeah. We have Ghostwire Tokyo, and if If you don't want to count it for this year, you got to count it for last year, which means we had a big game last year.
Just wasn't.
It counts somewhere because it was made from a first party.
He said he guess that you can count them.
Right.
Yeah. No. Absolutely.
Deathloop as well. Previously,
Right.
So we got Ghostwire Tokyo. You got Minecraft Legends.
Yep.
Redfall. It didn't hit like we all wanted it to. Right. Fair enough. We still have shortly around the horizon. Starfield, Forza Motorsport, Age of Empires 4, and who knows what else. To say that Starfield is the last chance, Ad Redemption kind of belittles the fact of the amount of people that are actually just really happy on the Xboxes right now. And enjoying playing on the Xbox right now. This is a false sense of reality that is out there that Xbox has a consumer problem with people playing the ecosystem and enjoying it. Remember the last financials, the monthly active users were up.
But Mav, how can that be?
I don't know.
They don't have any bangers, man.
I guess all it takes is sad dad walking simulators, and that's what we got to do to sell the games. And if we got that, then everything is okay. I understand the mind share and the perception for some, right?
Absolutely.
But the sum doesn't equal the many. Okay? There's more people in the Xbox ecosystem than there is PlayStation. That is not a fake thing. That is a real thing.
And it's carrying over into this generation.
What
again.
User base dropped monthly active users the last financial report they had?
Correct.
Was it Microsoft? Was it Xbox? Or was it PlayStation, despite those games that they've been releasing?
Right.
Consoles, it almost is like a perception of the console importance of everything. Console sales don't equal the complete health of your industry and your brand. You don't make a lot of money on them, especially if you're selling more of them and breaking records. Yet you're selling less games than you did previously. Yet your user base is declining despite selling more consoles. How is that? That is an unhealthy metric, if anything. That means that people are buying your product and not really buying games on it, or playing it too much, or it's sitting somewhere. So you look at all this, it's just chock full of double standards. And I also like Destin as well, right? So I'm not trying to attack him, but this whole article is a perspective that we see from some that I feel like, and I'm just being honest, have a almost strange perception. I don't want to call it delusional because that could be a strong word, right? But misinterpreting the reality of the situation of the industry within gaming, and especially Xbox. Misinterpreting and not understanding everything that's coming down the pipeline, all these games that are in development, all this stuff. Crediting one platform for mediocre successes to decent successes and smaller successes. Ignoring the same level of successes on the other platform. Because you've had one or two things that actually hit bigger. It doesn't mean that that's not going to happen for Xbox. And I still stand behind this, that this year, PlayStation has a first-party games problem.
Obviously.
Yet, an article like this mentions none of it, because guess what? PlayStation pays for third-party exclusives that help fill that pipeline. So where are the failures of those games on this list? The Babylon's Falls, the Godfall, the Forspoken, Destruction All-Stars is first party. This assumption that PlayStation always hits is completely false. There's more faith in the brand from a hardcore gamer perspective in some aspects. But not everybody likes the same kind of games.
What do you mean?
some people like different kinds of games.
They don't sell 100 million copies of each one of their first-party titles?
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
You know?
Oh.
Some people like RTS.
I thought that was the case.
Some people like RPGs. Some people like first-person shooters.
Yep.
Some people like these other types of games that also sell well, don't necessarily always get celebrated all the time the same way that other ones do. But that's okay. It doesn't mean Xbox is doomed if Starfield doesn't hit. I do agree, like you said, that it is the most important game, and we talked about this, since Halo. And we actually said that. I think somebody else had talked about it once, saying like since Halo Infinite or something, or since Halo 3, or somebody said since Halo 3. And we took it back and we're like, I think actually since Halo 1, because
correct,
mind share wise between these kinds of gamers, right? Between this perception, this mentality that is out there, these are the people that you need to win over, right? They're the loudest. They're like
enthusiasts.
They're the ones that are against the Xbox. They're the ones talking all this nonsense that gets repeated all the time through all these places and stuff. And some of them, yes, you won't, right? Some of them you won't, but some of the level-headed ones that are at least more open, you will win over, and that can permeate at least somewhat, maybe even through media and stuff like that. But in order to do that, you have to hit on that game. So I agree with that. But it doesn't mean that like it's the last chance for like gamers and redemption and all that stuff. It's just the significance of having an opportunity for me and you, what we talked about within Starfield, to set a new tone going forward with the brand, right?
Right. And here's what I'll say. If Destin had come at this article from the perspective of the idea that we have talked about here, Mav, and we've talked about a lot of different places, and a lot of people have talked about it. If you want to take it from the perspective that Microsoft has an IP identity problem, I agree with that. They don't have the marquee names that everybody knows that Destin just listed off, right? Those are identified as Sony. If you talk to somebody about Age of Empires 2, nobody's going to... It's not an identifier for Xbox. Like, it's a great game. Obviously, Mav and I love the hell out of it. It's a huge RTS game in the grand scheme of things. Tons of people are playing it. Phil even alluded to the fact that in the interview that more people are playing Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition than are playing Hi-Fi Rush. Okay, so it's big from that perspective in that genre. But it's not an identifier for Xbox, and this is something we talked about. It used to be that Xbox was known for Halo, Gears, and Forza, right? They had the identifiers. They had 3 of them. Sony had a plethora of them, but they had 3 of them. Nintendo has a plethora of them. Xbox had 3 of them. But because of the state that Halo Infinite's in, right? Yes, it's still obviously a gigantic franchise. And yes, it's still identified with Xbox, but it's not identified in the positive light that a God of War Ragnarok is, that a Last of Us is. And the reason why Last of Us is still here being talked about, because Last of Us 2, let's be real, was divisive and it didn't hit the way that Sony wanted to, but they came out with a show that was absolutely fantastic, brought the popularity back. People out there that never touched the Last of Us game going and buying the Last of Us, they saw huge sales from the TV show. They have identifying IP with their brand. And right now, the state of the identifying IP for Xbox, I don't know what to tell you. They need some more. Gears has taken a hiatus. Gears isn't the same Gears that it was when it was in its prime in the trilogy, as most of us probably would agree to. Yes, there's still plenty of Gears heads out there. Yes, Gears is still a giant franchise, but it doesn't have that identifying IP with Xbox anymore as far as the brand goes, as it once did back in the 360 era. Now, they're also doing a TV show, or they're doing a movie and an anime off of Gears. That will definitely help, along with the Coalition working on Gears 6 and potentially a Phoenix collection. So I would agree if Destin had taken that. But the issues that I have here too, Mav, is the context that he put this in, at least how I read it. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But he signified God of War Ragnarok specifically as a game that people continuously talk about for years. And I got to disagree. Even within this community, The thing about Sony's IPs are, sure, if you bring them up in conversation, people are like, oh my God, yeah, one of my favorite games all time. Great. That was great. Yeah. But he's talking about like this continuous talk. The thing about Sony IPs is that's what doesn't happen.
You don't get continuous play.
No, you don't get that's the reason why.
Yeah.
You don't get the continuous play. When it's done, the Sony fan base, except for the small percentage that go back and play New Game Plus and do that and continuously go platinum and all that kind of stuff, they're done and it's over with. And as gamers, we all know this, the shortest term memories in history. What have you done for me lately? They're always looking for the next big thing. Now, luckily for Sony, they planned out their roadmap where they always did have something down the pipeline. This year, again, like Mav talked about, they fill the holes with third parties. So Final Fantasy 16 is all the talk in the Sony community right now. And then, of course, Stellar Blade's getting a little talk here and there because Stellar Blade looks great. But then everybody's talking about, just wait till Spider-Man 2. But nobody's talking about God of War Ragnarok anymore. A game like Starfield, a game like Avowed, potentially have the opportunity to become Tears of the Kingdom Zelda. Zelda Breath of the Wild is still talked about to this day. Why? Because people are still playing Breath of the Wild. Now Tears of the Kingdom comes along, expands upon Breath of the Wild, and now people are going to be talking about Tears of the Kingdom for the next freaking 5 to 7 years. God help me. But that's what Bethesda titles do. That's what open world big games do. That's what games with multiplayer do. Again, that's what happened back in the day. Gears, Halo, constantly being talked about, continuously, well past its expiration date. Why? Because people were still playing multiplayer nonstop. It was always in the consciousness of the gamer. Now, again, to Destin's point, Sony's had a nice streak here of games. They've had a nice roadmap that have kept them in the conversation. But those conversations are short-lived on a case-by-case, game-by-game basis.
Not this year.
I would argue. Right. Not this year. There hasn't been any talk because there hasn't been any games.
Nope.
Right. What are they talking about? They're back to talking about Xbox 24/7 because they don't have anything to talk about on the Sony side. Sure, VR2 made a blip. It's gone. Nobody's talking about VR2 because, again, it's 1% or less of your total base. So that's where I think Destin goes really wrong in the article, at least from my perspective, how I read his words. That wasn't his intent. That wasn't his intent. I agree that Starfield, like Mav just said, we've talked about it here. I am in the camp that this is the most important launch for Xbox because of the tone it will set for Xbox going forward. That's why we were marchers. That was part of our reasoning that if you can get Starfield early, it erases all the memory of
the new games.
The first of the new games. And if it hit the way we think it's going to hit, it can take you, as Xbox goes, you could take a Redfall hit and it would be, again, it would be talked about, but everybody would be too much talking about Starfield still to really put the energy into it. It was because we had to wait a year and a half with no big games, and then we get Redfall, and it's like, oh, well, that's not what we wanted. Okay, I guess we'll wait a little bit longer. That is true. But Starfield will change the narrative very quickly. Again, my faith in Todd and the A-team is unmatched. I understand that. But that I do agree with. But as a last redemption, hell no, because Microsoft has so many bullets in the chamber right now. Big games, big names. Hellblade 2 could be their first Sony-esque type game that a lot of people are wanting. If that turns out good, let's say Starfield was mid to most people. It's still going to be great to me. But let's say it was mid to most people, but Hellblade 2 knocks it out of the park, God of War style, and everybody's talking about Hellblade 2. Guess what? They're not going to need any redemption. The gaming community will be like, oh my God, this is freaking fantastic. They'll be talking about it. They've got so many chances and so many bullets in the chamber. Now, like I said, if we go on a streak, Redfall's bad, which we already know it didn't come out the way as everybody expected. Starfield is a 6. It's broken, mess. It's garbage. Hellblade 2 shows up. It's nothing like what we've seen.
Then we have a conversation.
Then we're going to start having a conversation about whether or not where Xbox is going. But until then, no. Starfield is not the last chance at redemption. I think that was over the top by Destin. Again, as an article, as a journalist, as somebody who's writing for a website that is based upon clicks, I don't think Destin I mean, maybe he does. I don't know Destin personally, but I'm just saying it's out of character for him to go out of his way to make clickbait. He will say things from time to time that are out there, but that's his personal opinions, and I believe he believes them. But I just don't see this. I don't see Starfield as the last redemption. Again, is it very important? Yeah, it's very, very important. Very important for Bethesda, because Bethesda, unfortunately, because their games come so few and far between, Mav, they took their lumps from Fallout 76. To this day, that's all people talk about. They ignore the rest of history. They ignore all the games of the year and just talk about Fallout 76 as that's the new Bethesda. So yeah, Starfield's vital for a Bethesda standpoint for Todd and his legacy. He needs Starfield to come out. And Todd talked about it in the interview with Lex Friedman. He understands the pressure that's on Starfield. And that's why I think he's going to deliver. But I just thought this article was a little over the top from Destin.
Yeah,
I really did. So great points, Mav. Appreciate you giving the opinion on it, because I felt the same way. I just thought it wasn't structured properly. The points he was trying to make didn't make sense, and all the stuff that you brought up. Again, the hypocrisy, the ignoring of Sony's own issues while writing these comparison pieces. This wasn't a straight article about Xbox. He brought in Sony to the conversation. So when you do that, you automatically open yourself up for some criticism if you're going to ignore some of the issues that Sony has had. Yes, they've had a lot of success. Obviously, there's no denying this. But if you're not going to bring up the same type of failures to, when you're using those types for Xbox, then I think it's a little unfair from a general standpoint. So,
yeah,
awesome.
It's interesting stuff, man. The community's mindset never ceases to surprise me with things. Now we can criticize like we do and tell, hey, we need to work on this. You need to do better at this. Hey, there's no excuse for that. We were hard on Xbox for 2022. We were hard on them for the 12-month showcase they gave last year. We were hard on them for when they announced that Redfall was not coming out with a 60 frames mode, right? We're hard on them for releasing the game in the state that it was in, but all these things don't equal like, oh, Xbox is fucked. There should be equal criticisms over some of the things that PlayStation does. They always get overlooked. And that's my point with some of this stuff is like, when PlayStation has a failure of some level or an anti-consumer move or something, not talked about, not discussed, it's okay, whatever, you know what I mean? And because it always gets looked over, it never amounts to anything, and it seems like they're always just on fire.
Popularity gets you.
But if you actually discuss everything, like we do with Xbox, like Xbox gamers generally hold Xbox accountable, like the media generally holds Xbox accountable. If you treat PlayStation in that same regard, it's not all peaches and cream rainbows, man. No. It's just not. And that's fine. It's not to say that PlayStation isn't doing great. They are. They're still doing great. But guess what? So is Xbox. And it's reality that exists. And I'm sorry if you can't see it, but it's there. This year, Xbox is killing PlayStation in the amount of releases and also in the amount of big titles. Point blank, period. If you only talk about first party, let's say PlayStation has 20 third-party exclusives show up at the showcase. Yep. That's a big deal. And that proves, again, that that's their model. So then you can't go around saying articles like, well, Microsoft can't buy studios because they're just stockpiling things that they didn't create to fill their pipeline. If PlayStation's model is to buy exclusivity on things that they didn't create to fill the pipeline, that's the same damn thing. They just can't afford to fucking buy the publishers. That's just point blank, period, what it is. And the double standards not being able to see around that perception is just ignorant fucks that exist out there in gaming media and mindshare of some of the people out there. And it's just like, it is so obvious if you just take a step back and actually look at what's going on, not giving any amount of credit to the amount of stuff, again, in the pipeline. And yes, Xbox, I think, deserves some flack for that, because they have not shown them enough and talked about them enough. And that's one of the reasons why we criticize them over those things, because it allows mindsets like this to exist. You got to shut those fuckers up, man. You gotta put the proof in where you are, because guess what? The more stuff you have out there that give people the ammunition to fight against that kind of stuff or to try and correct people is good. Now, you're not going to change other minds. There's some of those idiots you're never going to change their mind, because no matter what it is, they'll turn the most amazing news in the world that Xbox has into some kind of doomsday scenario for the entire industry, right?
Sure.
That's just the way it goes. However, there's things that Xbox can do to help this. It's not just a games problem. The games is actually, going forward, the least of their worries, in my opinion. It's more about how do you capture that mind share again and overcome this kind of mindset that anytime Xbox has any kind of little question or one bad game, the whole shit's on fire. There's one strike away from total annihilation. Gamers are going to abandon ship everywhere. With that kind of mentality out there is not healthy for a brand, period. So that's got to change. Xbox will change it by delivering on the games.
Yes.
So to that point, I agree. However, to actually kind of put some kind of reality behind that scenario, that's the thing that actually is cemented in reality, is not real. There's so many players playing Minecraft and Sea of Thieves and Grounded, even just getting updates all the time on their games. State of Decay 2 even just got an update, and the player base is still growing on that game. And yet, no ever talk about any of that kind of stuff. Forza Horizon 5 was talked about. It had the most players ever in any Forza game, but partly because of Game Pass, the community is still thriving. Absolutely. The next Forza Motorsport is going to be massive. It's going to be the biggest Forza Motorsport ever. I mean, there's these things that just kind of compound upon themselves, and you're going to see all these games come out, man.
Just a racer, Mav.
Just a racer.
That's what it comes down to.
327 mega hit. You know what I mean? Like, you can't include these mega hits that are there and discount the hits that Xbox has. It's like,
but it's a cumulative. I know it's a cumulative effort, and we've talked about this. It's because Sony focused on the one game to rule them all. They found the one thing that a large amount of people do enjoy, right? Which is that narrative heavy movie type experience in your game. And they focused on it. So when they take it in total, even the failures, people like to forget those or slough them off to the side, because overall they still given us what we want.
And it's a preference issue.
Preference issue, correct. And guess what? We're going to find out real quick, Mav, when Sony starts dropping these games as a service, when they start trying to get back in the multiplayer stuff. We just had another PlayStation console exclusive third-party multiplayer game. The Vampire game failed. They're closing the servers because they chose to launch it on PlayStation only. I can argue that had they released it on Xbox, they would have had a much bigger player base and might still be existing today.
Yeah.
But Sony's fans have now been trained to like one style of game. Yes, I know they have other styles, but what are the ones that everybody talks about and clamors for and says that
the
Xbox is trash? Because they don't have that one game to rule them all.
How big of mega hits are they really?
They're hits because they make money, and that 10 to 20 million people buy them, right?
Yeah.
So they're hits. But that's 1/10 to 1/5 of your base.
Would you rather have 20 million people play your game for a long time and spend continuing?
Of course, Sony would. Hence why they're doing 10 games as a service in the next 2 years.
Right.
Supposedly.
Well, they're canceling some of those, but
right. Some of them are canceled already. But I'm just saying. But this is going to be a reality check now. We're really going to see it because they have gotten their player base, much like Nintendo. That's why third-party games on Nintendo don't sell compared to the first party, right? Yeah. Everybody thinks they're going to have the next big hit over there, but what do most Nintendo players play? Nintendo games. And Sony now has that same issue. What do most Sony players play? Third-party narrative-heavy action adventure games.
I would say
branching out.
Some of them you could consider mega hits. God of War Ragnarok, Spider-Man.
Yes.
Right?
Well, of course.
Horizon? No. GT7? No. Last of Us? Probably. I don't know what the sales numbers were on the last one.
Yeah, I think it finally got to.
It helps when you sell them 4 times too.
It finally got to 15 million or 20 million at some point.
Yeah,
so
that's great. These ones that are under 10, I got quite a few of those.
Sure.
Yeah.
Look what happened to Days Gone?
Yeah, they're not mega hits. You know what I mean? Like, you could say one Spider-Man's and God of Wars and stuff like that. But, like, not every big title game they release is a mega hit. And, you know, you got to look at it. Forza Horizon 5 alone had twice as many players as Horizon Forbidden West.
Right. Absolutely.
And that's a racing game.
Right.
You know? So, and people are still playing it. Yes.
Right.
You know what I mean? They're still coming out with content. They just
the whole thing.
They just had more content for the game. You know?
That's what I'm saying.
More people are playing Sea of Thieves right now.
Mm-hmm.
Which one is a mega hit?
Right.
You can look at it, well, Sea of Thieves launched in this time, and it had a Metacritic of this, and you know what I mean? But, like, what's really a bigger franchise right now going forward with the amount of players that continue to play this stuff, right? Is it Minecraft? Or is it God of War?
Right.
You know?
That's what's more important, right? But just from brand identity,
mind share perspective,
you know, IP, it's just
gamer juices flowing. Yeah, man, that's cool shit.
Right.
Yes,
but I'm saying,
cool factor. Yeah,
but that's what we're saying, man.
Yeah,
Xbox has got the potential with all the games coming. There are some big titles coming. Yes, Starfield could be the first one that does that because if Starfield is genre defining, it will be identified with Xbox, and it will be a shining star that people recognize and say, "Oh, yeah, that's Xbox." Right?
And my point with that is not to discredit the importance of big, awesome type games like that that we love, right? We like these big type titles, right? The Halos and the Gears and the Fables, Perfect Darks, and all these things. Those are important. But because of these other things still and the ecosystem that Xbox has developed, there's no last shot at redemption here.
No, I don't agree with that.
Because they are okay. Yeah. Even with the scary thing, to be honest with you, even if Starfield didn't exist, they would still be okay.
Yeah. Because they're doing things differently than the old ways. That's the other thing.
It's a different model,
Everybody's
man.
Still set. Everything's different. It's a different mindset that people can't wrap their heads around yet.
If the goal was to, we need to sell Xboxes so we can sell more games, and that's how we're only going to make our money, then Starfield's the end all be all, right?
Yeah.
Like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're living in a different world now, you know, and Xbox in a different playing field. All you got to do is look at the financials of the two different companies that were polar opposites. One had a 30% decline in console sales. Yet the user base increased and content and services increased. One had a 30% increase in hardware sales. Yet you had a content and services decrease and a consumer monthly active consumer decrease. Now, where are you making your revenue? Right? Revenue is up a little bit on PlayStation, a little bit down totally on Xbox, right? Both pretty few percentage points both ways, right?
Correct.
Where would you rather be making your revenue? In your content and services where you're making more profit? Or would you rather be making your revenue on hardware where you're not making hardly any profit? Because revenue is not profit. Revenue is...
Sony corporate came out and complained about the game sales.
Yes.
Right. They had massive record number of hardware sales, but Sony corporate still came out and said, yeah, but people just ain't buying the games like they used to.
Yeah. It's just, selling consoles is an important part of Xbox, and they need to do well with that, right?
Yes. Still,
but it's one gateway, it's one metric into this, and it doesn't tell the whole story. Now we're all gamers and live in this mentality that we've lived in for a long time. And it's hard to get out of it, but this is a different ball game now, and PlayStation's eking along to try and get there too, just moving at a slower pace. We got some super chats to get to, bro.
Okay, get to those super chats.
Sorry it's taking me so long. We were on a roll, everybody. Let me find the place here. Sorry, I lost my place. I had them.
No, it happens. It's no big deal. We'll get to them. Love it. Everybody sending us super chats. Thank you all. And everybody for being here. And the conversation has been flying in the chat. And we appreciate that.
Yeah, Highlander.
Highlander.
001 with the $2
Back
again.
again.
Yeah, he was following up on the story about his cousin, there was a tank commander.
Oh yeah,
With
yeah,
the sweet
yeah.
tooth tank.
Yeah, with
he
the sweet
said,
tooth. Yeah.
He said that was my cousin's tank on the news story.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so damn cool. I
cool.
totally remember that. Yeah, that is cool, man. That's awesome.
Then we had RazorNZ showing up and showing
Ooh,
out,
New Zealand.
gifting 5 fun speculation memberships out there.
Early there. Thank you, Razor.
Yo, Razor, thanks for doing the gifteds, and congrats to those that got the use of our emojis and all that fun stuff. Scott Gamer Dude with a I can't speak, with a $10 very generous super chat. Appreciate you, Scott Gamer Dude says.
Thank you, Scott.
This is like being a fan of a football team. There always is next year term is used.
Yeah.
Well, we as fans tired of this. Xbox needs some offensive linemen. Redfall let someone through for a sack. I love it. Yeah.
We use the sports analogies here too. I appreciate that. And no, we do get it. That's why we gave Redfall the smoke. We gave Xbox the smoke.
Redfall was that left tackle we were all excited about, and they turned out to be a draft bust.
But that's why we armchair, just like everybody armchair GMs and the coaches and quarterbacks. We armchair CEO. We armchair all that stuff because we feel the same way. Yes, absolutely.
Now the chances. Can we coach him up to at least be a mediocre player? Can we coach him up to at least like get somewhere where he can at least get by till we get another?
It was like Redfall was like a second round bust, right, Mav? I don't know if it was actually.
Yeah, it wasn't it wasn't a first round bust.
First round, but
Starfield
it was like a second
would be a first round bust.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say Redfall would be a second round bust.
Second round bust. Yeah.
Halo Infinite's first rounder. The perfect Dark Fables.
Yes.
Those first rounders. Second round picks. A little bit more flops sometimes than first rounders.
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes they don't even make the team.
Sometimes, yeah.
Very rarely. Those third rounders, though, man, those guys you gotta keep your eye on. Biggity 08, member for a month. Appreciate you. Says, "What's up, fellas? Great show. Keep it up."
Thank you, Biggity.
Appreciate you. And what just happened? Member for 3 months. Just said, PM in the PM.
Thanks. What just happened? Appreciate you.
Scott Gamer Dude asked, "What game is our kicker?"
What game's our kicker?
Oh man.
Oh God. Ooh, Jesus.
Well, the punter or the field goal kicker?
I'm assuming field goal kicker.
Field goal kicker. Okay. Field goal kicker. What game is that?
Like a third party like that.
Here's the thing. You could take this as like the kicker's like, he's not really part of the team, but he's part of the team. But you got to think if field goal kickers also need to be Mr. Reliable.
Yeah, he could be game winner.
You got to count on them, and they win a lot of games, and they're the underrated aspect of a good team.
Yeah, it's true.
Right?
That's true.
So if you have a bad kicker, you put yourself in some shitty situations, right? So I gotta say,
but see, the way you put that though, that'd be so hard to do because like, where would you place that? Because that's vital. Like that is. It true.
Is vital. It's vital.
Right, because they'll lose and win you games,
and they don't have a backup kicker on the team, and like the field goal kicker gets injured, and like the whole game is fucked. That's
what I'm saying. But what game would be like that?
Odds if your quarterback gets hurt sometimes.
What game could be forgettable at points, but then shows up and is actually a winner? I don't know, man.
Minecraft.
Minecraft, because you just forget about it.
Yeah, you just forget about it's there. It's kind of like really not part of Xbox because it's its own thing. It's everywhere. It does its own thing. But it's Mr. Reliable, keeps delivering, making money.
Behind the scenes,
it's a huge money maker. Yeah, behind the scenes. And if Xbox didn't have Minecraft, they would really feel it right now as well.
Yeah, I can see that. Good call.
Minecraft.
I mean, because I was racking my brain. That's a good one, actually. I'll take it. Yeah. I'll take that answer.
Minecraft. Jigga J with the $2. Redfall was like Dallas Mavericks this season. Oh fuck, man.
Oh, gee. Coming at you hard.
That is coming at me hard.
Woo, pause.
I don't accept that.
No, Jigga, you're getting them all depressed.
Can I refund that one? Thanks, Jigga. Appreciate you. Redfall might have been better than the Dallas Mavericks second half. Post Kyrie trade.
Do you like Kyrie?
He surprised me. Here's the thing.
Oh God, we're not doing sports talk, are we? Here we go.
I could really get into this.
I know you could.
I have a perception of him. I think he's kind of like a strange guy.
He's eccentric.
Yeah, he's you know, he likes his conspiracy theories, and he likes
He's my type of dude.
Yeah, he likes to say
Kyrie.
what is on his mind and doesn't care what anybody thinks about it and all that kind of cool stuff, right? Yeah, it's great. So seeing him on the Mavericks, he took a really great leadership role within the team on the court. Watching the games, watching how he interacted with the team and the players, and how he was selfless on the court. And
wasn't that Donka's role? What happened?
Doncic is a selfish baby at times.
Wow.
He's
okay, I expect you to say that. Luka, come on, God. Come on.
He's insanely talented. Like,
oh, yeah. Obviously.
He's like insanely talented, like one of a kind player, generational talent. He can do whatever he wants, right? Sometimes that can get away of team success, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I saw Kyrie come in, and he has next level talent as well, but he has a different type of way with the team.
Okay.
Right? And I like what I saw from that perspective from Kyrie on the court, interacting with the players, interacting with the team, trying, like, the level of effort, the getting all the people involved. Whereas Luka, when he's on the court, it's the ball's a vacuum.
Yeah.
It becomes a Luka show. We're gonna live and die by either I make the shot or I make the pass. And it tended to kill the offense at times. And then Luka don't even try on defense, bro. Like, people call Dirk a bad defender. Dirk was at least in position. Like, he wasn't able to, like, check people one-on-one, lateral movement, all that kind of stuff. But he was at least in the right location on the court. Luka's on the other end of the court arguing with the ref about a call that he didn't get 2 plays ago. Okay, so I love Luka, but he's got to grow up a little bit.
I'm sorry for all our non-sports fans, by the way. This has been your sports break with PM and the PM. Thanks to Mav.
Yeah.
Because, yes, he can rant about this stuff forever.
I'm passionate. So. I'm equally passionate about sports as I am about gaming.
And I used to be. So my baseline knowledge is still there, but not the way that Mav can go off on it. But anyways.
Scott Gamer Dude asked him a Rangers or Astros fan. This should answer your question, bro. Look at the hat.
That'll answer your question. Jesus, sports talk. Here we go. All right. Man, we're over 3 hours in, and we haven't even gotten to this big topic here. So Mortal Kombat 1 is back. Mortal Kombat Reborn.
Oh, fuck. We haven't even talked about Mortal Kombat
yet? No, sir. We have not. So, listen, everybody. Ed Boon, he's a Twitter troll. He's absolutely hilarious. The dude is amazing. You know, if you've been listening to me and Mav, our love for NetherRealm. You know that NetherRealm was one of the big parts of why we wanted Xbox to go after WB Discovery before, obviously, the ABK deal when we talked about acquisition season. I'm not even the biggest fighter fan because I don't do the online stuff. I'm not the competitive fighter guy. I like the stories. I like fighters for what they are. I play them single player. I play them against the stupid AI. I button mash. I don't learn the combos. None of that stuff. But I still enjoy fighters. I always have. Okay. Mortal Kombat is just one of the amazing ones. It's like I'm coming full circle at this moment because I actually worked at Funko Land when the original Mortal Kombat launched on Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo. I was there for Mortal Kombat launch day. At Funko Land, I went through that circus back then. Mortal Kombat has always been a part of my life. I've played them all at some point, and I love them. But Boone has been teasing. We knew they've got multiple games in the works right now. He's admitted that. We got leaked earlier this year through their investor call that we were going to get Mortal Kombat this year. Ed Boon put out some funny tweets about that. We finally are here, folks. He's been teasing for the past week or so that something was going to happen. And then a couple days ago, he said this week is going to be fun, or this week should be fun. They put out the clock teaser that everybody went wild over. Speculation's over with. Shout out to Jez. Shout out to a couple people that got Mortal Kombat 1 right. People were dragged. Jez was definitely dragged by certain YouTubers who said he was completely wrong, making up stuff that it was going to be called Mortal Kombat 1. Shout out to Jez again. Mortal Kombat 1 it is. It's a refresh of the game. It falls in line with the story for Mortal Kombat 11 perfectly, which is great. Liu Kang is now obviously a god. And he is reforming the world. And we saw that in the trailer today. The trailer was absolutely spectacular. Mav, I think you agree on this.
Yes.
The trailer was amazing. Shout out to 3-Bit if he's still listening. 3-Bit in the DMs actually called, and he thinks that they are actually using the metahuman technology from Unreal Engine 5 in the trailer. So for all you tech heads out there that have been watching Unreal Engine 5 and obviously been watching metahuman stuff, he thinks that they're actually using that in this trailer. Sets up the storyline perfect. I think there's some interesting things about the trailer. I don't know if anybody else has really talked about Mav, but the way that they told the intro in the trailer, it made it feel like we're going to have some type of choices to make. Like we're going to try to help kind of form the world how we want to. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm totally off base here. Maybe that's just part of the storyline. But they kept saying that kind of over and over again. It's going to be up to you to decide how the world is created. So there's some interesting points here. Now, obviously, we didn't get any gameplay that we are aware of. However, somebody did tweet at Boone and said, man, I hope the game looks as good as the trailer. And Boone quote tweeted that with some eye emojis. So I don't know. Boone again, he's out here on Twitter. He's trying to promote YouTubers who were trying to debunk all the rumors about Mortal Kombat 1. And it turned out that a lot of those rumors were true. So Boone has been known to do funny things. Like I said, he's a good troll. Matt, when you saw the trailer today, it's a huge moment, man. And for anybody who doesn't know, it's coming out September what is it, Matt? September 1st?
Was it the week after Starfield or the week before? I can't remember.
But it is coming out September this year. September. Think about this too, folks. Just have it in the back of your mind. September potentially could be Mortal Kombat. Well, we know these two for sure. Mortal Kombat 1, Starfield, and Spider-Man 2. This could be literally one of the greatest months in the history of video games if all three of those hit. That's a hell of a September. But Matt, when you saw the trailer,
September 19th.
September 19th. Thank you. Okay. I was wrong. September 19th, folks, is when it comes out. Man, when you saw this trailer, I know you're excited for Street Fighter. Obviously, you're excited for Tekken. We're getting the big three this year. All we need is Soul Calibur to show up. And
somebody's saying that Tekken's not till 2024. So
yeah, it's probably not till 2024, but it's gotten announced. We're getting a lot. We're getting gameplay leaks now, right?
Yeah.
They've shown off.
They've shown a lot of it, actually.
We'll see. Maybe Tekken does make this year. Whatever the case may be, the big three are back. All we need is Soul Calibur. But I know you're a Street Fighter fan. You're excited for Tekken, obviously. But Mortal Kombat today, did this rise to the top? What do you think for you, brother?
First off, we don't just need Soul Calibur. We also need Dead or Alive.
Okay,
and
yes, I agree. We
Fighter.
need Dead or Alive. Okay, well, fine. But I'm talking about
and Killer
Dead
Instinct.
or Alive and Killer Instinct. Yes, I agree with Killer
Instinct. Only
Instinct.
4 more games. So.
Okay. What do you think? Mortal Kombat trailer. Hype you?
Yeah, definitely.
Ready?
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome trailer. I hope, I kind of wanted a reset within Mortal Kombat for a long time now, just because, we've been following kind of the same, the characters get older, then it's their kids in there, and then it's all this stuff happening, and this progressive storyline, which has been awesome. I've really enjoyed it. This Mortal Kombat story has been an epic thing to see unfold over the last several years, especially the last few games, kind of how they compounded upon themselves, right? But I kind of my nostalgia factor kind of misses the core starting point from where Mortal Kombat was in that original story, and we've seen it told in movies and all these different things and stuff, but I kind of would love to see that story retold again. Yeah. In gaming with today's ability, with the kind of way that they can tell stories now with because a Mortal Kombat story today and Mortal Kombat 11 is insanely good, right?
I thought so too. I really liked it. Yeah.
Going back and being able to have as cool as the story that we got originally from maybe the original movie that kind of told a lot of this stuff and added the lore and all these kind of things that it seems like a lot of stuff's based on, right? Still today. Adding those elements to kind of retell that story from back then, would be kind of awesome. And now the question I got questions about it because
I got big questions too. Yeah,
part of the exciting part of it would be to have Liu Kang start from where he started originally, and then become who he was, right? Which was kind of the original. So like, hey, he had to overcome these things, and then you had the other stuff that happened to him. So like, we're with Liu Kang's character, who was ultimately the main protagonist, the main hero, kind of in a way for Mortal Kombat.
He was always destined.
Right?
He was always destined to be this, right? The great one.
Yeah. So, I'm questioning: are we going to get that starting point again? Because what we saw from this trailer doesn't look like that, right?
He's the god now.
So I would like to see that, just selfishly, for my own storytelling. Like, I would almost like a cold hard reboot, in a way. And maybe that this trailer could set that up, or this game could set that up somehow. I don't know, but like, regardless of that, I love seeing these characters in the places, because they're all back to like where they were. Like, you saw Katana, you saw Melina, like
Scorpion, some of your brothers
exactly.
again.
Like you saw this whole resetting of everything except for Liu Kang. I want to see Liu Kang reset too somehow. But besides that, man, I loved it, and it had me so excited for what's to come for the franchise going forward from here. And graphics look really amazing. I don't give a shit if it's UE5 faces or not. I just want the game. And I know that a lot of tech heads do and stuff like that.
Yes.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to please be 60 frames.
Yep, of course.
Because, like Mortal Kombat 11 wasn't originally, I don't think, or was it 10? One of them got updated to 60, right? Or maybe they both did.
Yeah.
So, I would not want them to push the fidelity so much and make it a mandatory thing that was like back to those older days, right? So I'm curious how that's going to work, but looks great. Story has me pumped. I got questions about Liu Kang. Besides that, man, it's looking to be awesome. Kung Lao is my go-to.
Sure.
Also, so this trailer has me hyped for those reasons as well. So
the dynamic from the beginning of the trailer, or the contrast, I should say, from the beginning of the trailer where they're showing off everybody in the new world and all that kind of stuff,
and then
to the last 30 seconds, the group, that fatality that Liu Kang, my God, man, I was like, you got to be kidding! Again, never doubt Ed Boon, never doubt NetherRealm to be able to take it up another notch. Just when you think they can't take it any further, they wind up doing it. I mean, again, Mortal Kombat 11 showed that off. Again, for me, as the single player, as the button masher who just plays the game for the story and the single player content, the more they've done, and the more they've done with the Mortal Kombats, the better they've gotten for me, because they've introduced all this single player stuff that I actually enjoyed. Some people didn't like it. The purists sometimes don't like that stuff. But for me, I like that. And Ed Boon did go on Twitter later too and said we've got, because it was trending, of course. And he said, love to see it. Or he just said, notice Mortal Kombat is trending. I can't wait to show you so much more. I really hope, there's some rumors out there that they're going to have an open world experience with the single player. They've done it in the past. Steel Rain brought up today on Xvlog with Boom as well. To see them go back to that would be music to my ears as a single player guy. I'd love to see some type of open world action where I can kind of walk around and do what I want to do. I got a lot of questions too, Mav. I can't wait to see more. Like I said, whether it's on the Sony stage or whether it's on Xbox's stage, I hope it's at one of the two, no matter what, because I do want to see what the gameplay is going to look like and where they're taking this. Like this, again, I just don't doubt Boon, but the refresh, the reboot, the reborn, I guess it is at this point, with Mortal Kombat 1, I think is a cool, great idea. And if they can keep the story cohesive, which is another true statement that Steel brought up today with Boom, they kind of got away from the cohesiveness of the stories and it kind of got a little out there. But I thought they kind of brought it back. And I really enjoyed 11's story. If they can keep this now moving forward into this new kind of world, man, that's going to be great for Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
They really got something. It's already special. It's already the biggest seller when it comes to fighting games outside of your Smash Bros. But I'm talking about your classic fighting game. Mortal Kombat's the one holding it down. They've been holding it down, and to see them do this, man, I'm excited. I'm just so excited. I can't wait to see more.
Yeah.
It's obviously not gonna be day one, folks, because I'll be in the stars. I'll be in space. So I ain't playing it day one, but I'll definitely be playing it at some point. But man, September is gonna be gigantic, man. Gigantic.
Yeah. You were talking about the open world aspect. If there was a chance for that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
My mind goes to this possibility, like somehow combining the Mortal Kombat with the Monolith's Nemesis system that they have, because WB owns that.
Yes.
Could you imagine walking around this open world and you have like I'm coming back for you or whatever, and let's fight again, bro. And like you have all these characters, and they remember the battles that you had and stuff like that.
Oh God, it would be badass.
That would be insane, man. That would be really
the Nemesis
cool.
system should be used in everything. I can't believe somebody else hasn't duplicated it I know obviously it's WB owns the rights to it, but somebody's got to go out and try creating their own version of it, because man, it would be so good. And Steele and I had this conversation. It'd be so good. Like if Wonder Woman probably will use it, which will be awesome to see. If Wonder Woman does use it, how it's going to be used, because any superhero game, like you come out with an X-Men game where you have all the villains like running, it's unlimited, the potential of that system. I think it would be so awesome to see more of it. So hopefully that's the case. But yeah, that would be great, man. I would love to see Mortal Kombat with that implemented. Wow. Listen, we've been going for nearly 3.5 hours. We got a bunch of smaller topics. Is there anything you want to touch on at all, Mav? Because we got a bunch of small stuff we can rip through.
Yeah, let's just rip through the small stuff real quick.
Okay, because we got a bunch of it. So let's see here. As we mentioned earlier, again, shout out to Xbox for honoring the 10-year commitment that they made with GeForce Now and NVIDIA. They are honoring it. They announced the game starting with Gears 5, Deathloop, Grounded, Pentiment on May 25th. Will be headed to GeForce Now, excuse me. So that's cool. That's awesome. I'm glad they're doing it.
Yeah.
We got a release date for Lords of the Fallen and a new trailer. Looking, again, for you Souls fans out there, for you classic Dark Souls fans, check out Lords of the Fallen new trailer if you haven't checked it out yet. They are actually doing, this is crazy, but they're doing Dark Souls, and they're doing their own style, and it looks fantastic. Like the detail is off the charts in this trailer, but they are also seemingly doing a very narrative-driven story, which is different from your Dark Souls, which is different from Software, right? That's one of the things some people disagree on, whether or not From games actually have stories. If they count, because you got to deep, explore for the lore, like in Elden Ring. That's the only way you kind of get the story. Lords of the Fallen is doing an actual narrative-style story with characters, and it looks really cool. Obviously, I won't play it because I'm not a Souls fan, but for you Souls fans, go check it out. That's coming out Friday the 13th, October, of course. Perfect time for a Lords of the Fallen game. So get ready for that. Second half of the year is starting to fill up, Mav. We're starting to get more games slotting in. So it's going to be interesting. Looks great. What else? We did that. Ghostwire Tokyo. You guys know how much I love Ghostwire Tokyo. Some people complaining about the performance on Xbox, especially with a year. What were they doing over Tango? Why is the Xbox version not the best version? Well, guess what? Just had a massive update drop for it. And it's definitely stabilizing the frames. They did the huge patch notes on it. Xbox Series S definitely getting the HFR performance graphics mode for Xbox Series S. So they are working on stabilizing that game, which is great news because more people should go play that game. I think it's underrated. It really is a good game. Didn't get any love from the PlayStation community, shockingly enough. Wasn't first party.
And the stuff in that game, performance and bug-wise, really wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that. No,
it's
not.
Like some of it's overblown, in my opinion.
Yes.
It's not like a Redfall.
Absolutely. No. Like I said, I've been playing on quality mode, which I never do because with the OLED, with the VRR, I saw very few dips. Yeah. And I didn't have any problems with it. So NVIDIA, speaking of NVIDIA, for your PC gamers out there looking to upgrade your PCs, been waiting on the 4060 series to show up. Guess what? The 4060 series was finally announced with price points today. Budget PC gamers, they got a card for you now. So the 4060, the regular one, shows up in July for $299. Mm-hmm. The 4060 Ti 8 gig, this is the stupid part, and I agree with everybody complaining about this. NVIDIA just nickels and dimes you every which way. The 4060 Ti 8 gig, which most people, again, not the tech guy here, but I know plenty of them, 8 gigs on a card these days, not the best. You need more than 8 gigs. But anyways, they have an 8 gig version for $399. And then they're going to give you the 16 gig version of the 4060 Ti for $499. And that's going to be here in July. So again, if you're looking to upgrade and you don't need, the best of the best, NVIDIA's trying to get that entry market. Check them out. See what you guys think. Take-Two, Mav, couple notes from Take-Two this week. We didn't get into the Strauss interview. We won't do that, but we did have a couple of things. 180 million GTA 5s have now sold.
That's a mega hit.
That's untouchable levels of mega hit. Yeah. Okay, that's
a mega hit. That's the insane standard. If it doesn't hit that standard, it's not a mega hit. It's only that. Okay.
Again, I did the basic math, and again, I know this is completely wrong because not every one of those sold for $60, but I did the basic math. GTA 5, $60, 180 million copies. That's $10.8 billion.
Yeah.
$10.8 billion on one. And that's not counting the GTA Online money. Okay. That's just off game sales alone. They take 70% of that. That means they made over $7 billion off that game. Take-Two. My God.
If they sold every copy of 60. Yeah.
If they sold every copy. Again,
they probably actually made more on it, though, because of GTA 5 Online.
Because of GTA Online.
People that probably spent thousands of dollars within that ecosystem.
And Red Dead Redemption surpassed 58 million copies, or 53 million copies, I think.
And they're not pleased with Red Dead Redemption.
And we can't get a 60 frames patch. Take-Two, really can't get a 60 frames patch for the
50-something million?
Yeah,
God,
come on.
That's a lot, bro.
Yes.
That's a lot. That's a mega hit.
That's a mega hit.
That's a mega hit.
And then we also did get word that Take-Two has canceled several more unannounced games and quietly delayed others as well. And then on top, which is sad news for a company that's making money hand over fist. This is the part, again, Strauss is a brilliant businessman and understands the industry. But the fact that this company, I want the old Take-Two, I want the old rock stars that tried new games, that put out games all the time. Again, I'm not going to get that because business is business, investors are investors. But on top of that, Mav, they did kind of leak their roadmap to the investors, obviously, because they got to talk about their fiscal years. And it looks like Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to release sometime in 2024. So they said fiscal year 25 is when it's going to launch. That runs from April through October, I believe, is the dates. It's kind of wishy-washy with them. But so they said they're going to have multiple game releases. Supposedly there's one super secret unannounced game that they're going to have, but they talked about one big game for fiscal year 2025. And obviously everybody assumes, and correctly so, that that's GTA 6. So next year, folks, we're going to have a GTA year. Ooh, doggy. Coming off one of the greatest years in video game history, potentially this year, right into GTA 6 time. Again, 180 million copies of the last game sold. So stupid. Do you have anything on the Take-Two stuff, Matt? Anything you want to add?
Yeah.
That you read or
I mean, he did talk a little bit about the market.
Oh, you want to go Strauss? Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead. He talked a little bit about the market for the games distribution versus
which we
being
mentioned,
a platform. Yes. That was interesting. That he still said that what's good for Microsoft is good for them. As well, right? 100%. That was a strong statement.
All about the ABK deal.
But also he talked about these other aspects. It sucks to hear that there's game that have been canceled. But they also said that, it's because a lot of these games are taking longer than they used to take, and that they are trying to really dedicate to quality, which they see is become more of the standards of gamers have risen. Right. Sure. With social media, and they don't want to have these games come out and flop. But the other aspect was, coming up to quarter starting in fiscal year of April 2024. That they're extremely excited for because they have big stuff on for that year starting then. So whenever that is, time period wise, we're in for some cool shit from Take-Two. Probably GTA 6 and hopefully some other stuff too. They do have a release, I think this week with Lego 2K Drive.
Correct.
Or 2K Lego or whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
That I'm interested to see how that game does and how good it is. But other than that, yeah, I want more games from them again. I'm kind of with you. They are doing still great with the basketball. I want to see. I do want to see the football game that's supposed to be like a arcade style football game they were going to be working on. I want to see that.
A 2K version of NFL Blitz would be freaking phenomenal.
Yeah, because supposedly they have the NFL license for an arcade style game now. So there's certain things that maybe we could see around that time period, and I don't know. Probably not going to get a lot of that announced this year, right?
Yep.
So it'll probably be, when does that fiscal year, is that talking about actually April 2024, or is that like some business model of like, well, it actually means this month to this month, right? Because he said
it means this month to this month. It's April to like October.
So in that period of time, but we could see a game announcement for that because there's not another big showcase in between now and then, right?
Correct.
Besides like Gamescom, kinda. So maybe we do see something announced for next year.
Game Awards, who knows? But they can also do their own stuff. They're so big. So it's like whatever.
Yeah, that's true.
So they can put out a tweet about Grand Theft Auto 6. That's all they got to do. It's over with.
Red Dead update.
Yeah, Red Dead update. Red Dead
Redemption 3.
So stupid.
If you don't want to update, at least give me a new one and try again. Because 58 million ain't enough for you or whatever.
If the rumor is true that because of the Grand Theft Auto trilogy bullshit remaster that they put out there, because that didn't succeed, because they put no time and effort into that, and because that didn't succeed, they canceled the Red Dead 2 remaster, which would have given us the 60 frames, then I'm pissed. Because that's bullshit, man. That's complete bullshit. Sell it to me again, that's fine. Just want to play at 60 frames.
Yeah.
God damn, man.
It's a masterpiece for me. One of my favorite games
especially with how much you guys have sold. Again, the hand over fist money that company's making. Come on, put a little effort in. Ubisoft, who's struggling, still updates their damn games.
Yeah. And I'll give Rockstar, you get the smoke too. Give me the updates for Arkham series.
Yes.
You pieces of shit.
Rocksteady, you mean?
Rocksteady, yeah. Sorry, if the name of your studio starts with rock and the first two letters of the next part of it are ST.
ST, yeah.
Get your shit together. Give us some updates.
Get all your games updates.
if you're a rock, give us some updates. Come on,
I love it.
The two biggest fucking awesome franchises of all time. Some of them, and we don't have the most obvious updates to these damn games. You know how much money they could make if they sold the Arkham trilogy again with like a full-on remaster remake, like Mass Effect trilogy style?
Yes.
Come on. Course. You could do that with Arkham. I'll eat that shit alive. I'll buy it. I'll buy it five times.
We always have $1 billion ideas, man.
Yeah.
These companies just got to start listening.
Come on, you rocksters. Rocksteady. Rockstar, come on, man! I want that shit. Give me the good. Give it to me. Give me the good shit. I want that 60 frames in my good games, bro. That's it.
There's nothing more to be said because it's true. I mean,
yeah,
it's just facts. It's dumb.
We can update 60 frames updates on like some like guy in a basement that has like a solo game, but doing everything it can that nobody's We're gonna play with like 3 people. And dedicate my life and heart and soul to update this game for free to my 3 players. It took me 18 months to work on this. It was a passionate project.
These $1 billion companies can't
and the Rockstars
can't put 10 people over there.
The Rockstars update it. Can't figure it out. Come on.
Yeah, right. You're right. All right. Before Mav continues on his rant, Focus Entertainment announced that Aliens Dark Descent, something that Mav and I are looking forward to for sure, has gone gold June 21st. That is coming out locked and loaded, cocked, lock, and ready to rock. You guys know that line from Aliens? Shout out to you. It is coming, and it is ready to rock and roll, and it is not full price game. So remember that. I think it's $40.
40 or
yeah, 40. I think it's $39.99 or $49.99. One of the two.
One of the two.
I think it's 39. Yeah, one of the two. Looks fantastic if you're into tactics, squad-based tactics. BlizzCon is returning to in-person November 3rd through the 4th in Anaheim, California. That could be a big show depending on what happens with the ABK deal. But no matter what, BlizzCon is always a gigantic show, and Blizzard is on a roll, except for what they did with Overwatch this week, which, okay, we'll say it here. All you Overwatch 2 fans, the reason why they created Overwatch 2 supposedly was to come out with the PvE mode, right? You remember that? They've been talking about this for years. That's why Overwatch 2 was necessary. Well, guess what? They said they couldn't get it right, and it's no longer coming out at all. So you got Overwatch 2 for no freaking reason. Just so you guys know, I know a lot of people are enjoying it, but a lot of Overwatch fans were highly upset and disappointed, rightfully so. Blizzard has been on a good roll. I just don't understand, Mav. The same company that's being ultra transparent with Diablo 4, that is doing everything right. The same freaking company, the same company that is bringing back Warcraft, right? They're doing everything right with World of Warcraft right now. Had a great expansion. World of Warcraft players are happy. Like the Blizzard Overwatch team shits the bed. Like, really? This is it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know how this happens.
I wish I cared about Overwatch.
Yeah, it's fun. We had a good time when it first dropped. We had a good
it was
time.
fun.
First couple nights, it was fun. PC Gaming Show 2023 featuring 16 new game announcements. This is one of those shows that Mav and I and Steele always talk about that people overlook every year when it comes to E3 time. There are good things shown here that are coming to console as well as PC. So even if you don't have a PC, this is a show to watch. Sunday, June 11th, 1 p.m. Pacific time, 4 p.m. Eastern time. Is that during the Xbox show?
Whose was this?
This is PC Gaming Show.
It sounds like they're around the same time. It's got to be like before it.
No, it says 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern.
What time is the Xbox show?
This is the Xbox show at noon, our time, so 2 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's the time. So this is going to be going on during the Xbox show.
That's weird.
Fuck? That's weird. Anyways,
yeah.
Well, we won't be live streaming that, but I'm definitely going to watch it, and we'll be updating you guys on that after June 11th. But for you PC, again, it's good for both PC and non-PC players because a bunch of those games come to console. So freaking amazing. The Expanse, Telltale, coming out. The Expanse. If you ever watched the Expanse series, awesome sci-fi series. This is that Telltale game announced launching July 27th on PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series consoles, and PC. Episode 1 on day 1. Episode 2 through 5 will release every 2 weeks. Standard edition is $40. Deluxe edition is $45. So they had a big kind of celebration party where they showed it off this week as well. Embark Studios, Mav, we are looking forward to this. Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders just got announced, Mav. They're going to have PvP now.
Yeah.
They're going PvP, bro.
And they're having insider testing and stuff. So it's like, that game, I don't know. They did kind of make it seem like it's still further away, right?
And we kind of figured it was because it kind of went quiet real quick. Again, for anybody who doesn't remember, Arc Raiders, Embark Studios, this is a company out of Sweden, I believe, right?
Yeah, the former DICE devs.
Former Battlefield devs working on this game. Looks phenomenal, but they announced it as a free-to-play PvE game, multiplayer, co-op, PvE style game. They just came out this week and said, yeah, no, we're doing PvP now.
Yeah, PvE, one of those type things, right?
Right, but they're gonna have straight PvP modes now too,
which is sick.
So this could be like Lost Planet, bro.
Yeah, I love the style of this game.
Yes.
The insider test is only like on Steam, I think, so I didn't sign up for it. But this is one that is heavily on my radar. That studio, what's the other game they're working on? That they're focused on getting out first.
Yes, I forgot the name.
Is it the finals? Is that one, or is it?
Oh yeah, no, it's the one with all the destruction.
Yes. So
with all the building destruction. Yes.
They have some.
Yes, and that one got rave reviews in beta.
Yeah,
rave reviews.
This studio is, I think, going to be a studio that could become a household name.
And there was a tweet from about 4 years ago, Mav, where Phil went out there and said hi to him.
Yes. I think he knew the talent that was behind the studio to make that kind of appearance that early on.
Yes.
Right now, Embark is embarking on these projects, right?
And nobody knows. Nobody knows what they are. Yep.
But I think this is going to be one that we all will know, and they're part of Embracer Group, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or they're part of Nacon, or I forget like which publisher was behind it, because it wasn't a.
Wait, what was it? Because we talked about potential acquisition at one point.
Yeah, but man, I can't remember. Was it just
Hold on,
Embark
I'll
by
look it up real quick.
themselves?
I'll do it right. Hold on. Stockholm-based game studio. Hold on. Where is
Nexon, HAH?
Is it Nexon now?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Embark Studios parent company.
Jasper says Nexon is their publisher.
Nexon is the publisher,
Yes.
but not necessarily parent company. They're
Right.
I think they're all
It
by
could just be
themselves.
published independently or whatever.
Yes, they Nexon did take control of emerging game studio Embark via $96 million investment.
Okay. So they're
They did
owned by
take control.
Nexon.
Nexon becomes majority investor in Embark Studios, and that happened in 2019.
Okay.
So, yep. Again, I said Nexon. Let's go, Nexon.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, this is going to be a good. Again, if you guys don't remember, go check out their games. Looks phenomenal. Again, the finals, like Matt was talking about, that's the first-person shooter PvP style game where all the building destruction from the original Battlefields, they took it to another level. And again, the people coming out of the beta testing said, "Yeah, this is the real deal." They didn't think they were going to. This is the real deal. So get ready. Embark is going to become a household name potentially. Tears of Kingdom. Speaking of Tears of Kingdom, have 10 million copies already plus since launch. I mean,
mega hit.
Stupid numbers. Stupid numbers.
Yeah, how many copies? Yeah. I mean, it's going to be probably one of the higher attach rate Switch games. For,
by the end of like I said, I thought the only game that I said could beat it this year in terms of sales was probably Diablo. I still think Diablo's got a chance.
Yeah,
Diablo 4 has a chance. Being on all, again, that's a multi-platform versus a single.
Xbox doesn't get enough credit for having marketing rights on Diablo.
No, they don't, because they don't push it. They don't push it enough. It's part of their marketing. They should be out there in front. I mean, we've seen the console a couple times, but they should be, again, when PlayStation has marketing rights, what do we see? Nonstop. Like Harry Potter, Hogwarts Legacy, we saw it nonstop, right? But yeah, Diablo is definitely under Xbox, and it's going to be huge. It's going to be so gigantic. Ubisoft plans to release before the end of fiscal year, Mav, AC Mirage, Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, Rainbow Six Mobile, Skull and Bones, The Crew Motorfest, The Division Resurgence, X Defiant, and another large game. Most people are speculating Star Wars. So by early next year.
Okay.
Okay. See it when
I'll
believe it when I see it.
When I see it. If they all don't get delayed again and again and again after poor,
I have faith in Mirage.
Testing. Mirage, yep, Assassin's Creed.
I have faith in Mirage.
That they have like almost as many developers working on Assassin's Creed now as Activision does Call of Duty, right? Yeah, I have faith in that. That's probably gonna come out. The rest of the stuff, I don't know. Maybe we'll see.
Massive with Star Wars, I think is potential, right?
Yeah, but they still got to release Avatar.
Yeah.
So that's first, and
we're supposed to get an announcement on the Star Wars game this year, though. But I can't believe that they're going to turn around. That's not coming out by early next year.
Yeah,
that's a 2025 game.
Yeah, we're gonna make a prediction that's some kind of bounty hunter themed game.
That's what the rumors were. I'm sorry, folks. Again, I'm old school nostalgia Star Wars fan. Okay, it's not the new stuff per se. I'm so sick and tired of The Mandalorian. I'm so sick and tired of people saying, "Give me a Mandalorian game." I don't want one.
They're gonna strike while the iron's hot. Mandalorian's all the rage in Star Wars.
Listen, make a game where you can be a Mandalorian. That is fine, but make the option so I don't have to be a Mandalorian. I'm sorry, I'm just not a fan. Whatever, it's fine. Whatever. But by God. But yeah, that the rumor was it could be some type of bounty hunter game, which would be awesome. I'd be down for that. If I can choose my type of bounty hunter and go around, that'd be cool. I'd do that.
Especially if it took place when you're the Mandalore versus the Jedi type period and stuff.
Yes.
That would be that'd be sick.
Freaking sick, bro. Yeah, you go to that type of age, absolutely. I'd be all for it. Go check out Chrono Odyssey trailer, everybody. If you've not checked it out, that's the new MMO that's blowing people's mind from NPixel, of course, Korean company where a lot of talent is forming. Again, Microsoft. Phil, go start dumping truckloads of money into Korea development, please. That's the next big hot spot. It already is a hot spot, but it's about to blow up. That talent over there is off the charts. People don't believe that this MO is going to look like this when it comes out. Go check out this trailer. They keep showing it off, trying to convince people. I think they're shooting for this legitimately. Looks fantastic. What else do we get this week?
This is the way.
This is the way. WrestleQuest. A lot of people are looking forward to WrestleQuest. Little indie title game. Got delayed. So just to let you guys know, we do have another delay. This is from MegaCat Studio. WrestleQuest was on a lot of people's lists. So they are delaying it. They did not give a new date, I believe. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. They did not give a new date, but said they will talk to us soon about it. It was supposed to come out, I think this month, actually, it was due. But WrestleQuest will not be here. Amazon Games partnered with Embracer Group and are currently in the early stages of making a Lord of the Rings based MMO. Yes,
Yeah.
please, and thank you.
The second deal they made with the Embracer Group now, because there's a Tomb Raider, and now this.
Yep.
Go for it. Lord of the Rings, put that money behind it, man. Let's go.
That's what I'm saying. They spent all that money on the TV series, which some people don't like. I thought it was okay. But $1 billion or whatever.
Give them a little for an RTS too, please.
Yes, give them a little bit. Yes,
just for RTS, you know,
just for an RTS.
The extra little thing, you know, it's not going to take too much.
And last thing on my list. Oh wait, two things on my list. Two last things. Bethesda Game Studios hiring across the board 70 open positions. Bethesda growing organically, Mav, underneath Microsoft. Weird.
Yeah.
Weird.
Crazy.
Yeah.
You'd think that would never happen.
Crazy how that works.
You know?
They're going to have a virtual networking event on May 24th.
On their last chance for redemption right now.
Yeah. And all they do is buy studios and never grow them. Okay. Anyways, and last is a bit of salt. This came later today, but a little bit of salt. Or actually take this with a lot of salt. But I'm going to read the tweet thread because I think it is interesting. There's some details in here, which kind of makes it, again, that's if you're going to put out something fake, of course, you're going to add details because it makes it more believable. But we have heard this before, but it sounds like the new BioShock is in development hell. And that could be part of the 2K stuff, obviously, as well. So BioShock Isolation, despite this is from Oops Leaks on Twitter. Despite a complete change in development leadership, the BioShock series is still haunted by the curse of problematic development. No game details will be described here, and this is likely to be my final report on the next BioShock. This Oops Leaks, who has reported this stuff previously, and other people have touched on this, that BioShock was having development problems. Goes on to say, in summer of 2022, the project was rebooted for the fourth time. Constant changes in development teams and concepts do not bode well for the future of the series. The setting is probably staying the same, but the game is currently being drastically rewritten. The work structure is highly disorganized. Unfortunately, development has been affected by complications such as the pandemic and Quebec's Bill 96. There's a very high staff turnover. Where have you heard this before, Mav? With numerous contract workers whose tasks then redone by less qualified specialists. Oh boy, where have we heard this before, Mav? 343. Anybody? Studio has significant number of employees without any visible experience, which is highly unusual considering the requirements of 3 to 7 years of experience for most positions. The narrative team has faced the biggest challenges as they have been unable to write a script worthy of a renowned franchise over these years. This became a key factor of the reboot. I guess this is the full pipeline. Certain Affinity somewhere until 2017. Pre-established Cloud Chamber 2017 to 2019. Established Cloud Chamber 2019 to 2022. The newest reboot, summer of 2022 to current day. After almost a year since this reboot, everything seemingly started to get back on track. Cloud Chamber trademark was re-applicated this March. Yesterday, Take-Two investor call indicates that they are still planning to ship it in fiscal 2025. The amount of job listings is at Atlanta. But this does not change the fact that the next BioShock game is in a circle of limbos. If it won't be announced this summer, it most likely is facing a total clusterfuck and has zero chances of being released in fiscal year 2025 as initially planned. Poor management, uncertainty about financial success, and questionable staff decisions are the reasons the development of this game is going on so long or taking so long and so difficult. Lack of any significant updates or announcement only creates more confusion about the game's future. Ouch.
Yeah.
Love BioShock. Again, BioShock to me is BioShock 1. One of the few examples of what I would probably say is a perfect 10 out of 10 game, or as close to a perfect 10 out of 10 game as you can get. BioShock, I loved it. Every part of the trilogy was hoping for a new one. Obviously, Ken Levine not being there was a huge blow. He's obviously doing Judas, which is going to be a spiritual successor. He's getting that game out. That's going to be a fantastic game. This team, if this is true, and again, a lot of details in there for it being not partly true, at least, sounds like it's not good, Mav.
Yeah, it doesn't.
No.
I won't hold my breath for it being any good or whatever. And it's
sucks.
Maybe that's something they should let lie, and just kind of move on to something else if they can't recapture that magic. I don't know.
Yeah. If you can't write a script.
This is all grain of salt too, though. It's rumor.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, 100%.
We've heard rumors about Xbox Studios stuff that we know is false, right? So you never know sometimes, but this is very detailed and oriented and stuff. So it's hard to pick it apart too much without knowing what's going on there. So we'll have to wait and see. Yeah.
I love BioShock. God.
Yeah. Without Ken Levine though, is it BioShock?
That's always the question. Like Mass Effect's got that same question to be answered, and so does Dragon Age.
But did Ken Levine did he do BioShock 2?
Yes.
He did. Okay.
When did Levine leave? He did 1, 2. Was he there for most of 3 as well?
For Infinite?
Yeah.
Or Infinity? Was it Infinity or Infinite? I don't know.
Infinite,
yeah.
BioShock Infinite.
I loved Infinite. It was some people didn't like it as much, but
I actually enjoyed
that opening scene.
It was my least out of the trilogy, but it still was great to me.
The opening area when you're in the church with the water on the floor, you know what I mean?
Yes.
And that you have this the music. It was gorgeous scene in a video game. Amazing.
Crazy. Hold on, I got Ken Levine up here.
Okay, for some reason in the back of my mind, it was some.
Yeah, no, he went through all 3.
Okay.
Because he announced in 2014 that Irrational Games would be closing down.
I couldn't remember. It's almost like I thought there was a secondary developer that made 2.
Nope. So he did finish all 3. So
okay.
Yep. So yep.
Right on.
And then rebranded to Ghost Story Games, reopened 2017, and that's where he's at now, working on Judas, and that's what he's been doing for 6 years. So again, he's had his own problems. There's stories about Ken Levine not being a great boss to work for, not as necessarily like a human being, but just he's very hard and he changes his mind constantly. One day, one thing is looking great. Next day, he'll walk in and say, it looks like shit. Change it. So I've heard that's Levine. That's who he is. So, but can't wait for Judas. Judas is looking fantastic. If I don't get another BioShock, at least I'll have that because that is a Levine original and it's going to be a spiritual successor at least. So looking forward to that. But anyways, everybody, my God, almost 4 hours. We started
1 minute shy. We got 2 super chats to get to. Real quick,
okay, get those super chats. Let's go.
Scott, the gamer dude, with the $10 again. Appreciate you, Scott.
Appreciate you, brother.
Says just a rant here. I want cross save across multi platforms. So if a game is on Game Pass, I would buy it on Steam, Epic, Blizzard, and so on. What's the point in linking accounts if this is not the case? Yeah. That would be nice.
That's Xbox's vision.
Yeah, that's what they would like to do,
get on board.
I think.
Yep.
And then Vik The CLiCK with the $2 super chat says, my knees went weak when you said Lord of the Rings.
Oh, doggy. So you're looking forward to.
Yeah.
I'm about it. Yeah. Nice MMO. Oh, gotta be so good. I agree, Vic. Appreciate you, Vic. All right, everybody. Great episode. Huge episode. Again, 4 hours. Again, just a big week of news. And this is kind of always the lead up to showcase time. We always have these bigger shows because there's so much going on. And it's no different this year. Again, the announcement of Sony's showcase this week was huge. It was fun. Like I said, me and Matt both agree that this is what it should be. It's great. Even if it's 2 weeks, 3 weeks apart, it doesn't matter. This is great for the industry to see the two titans battling it again.
Yep.
It's just awesome. And again, for anybody who doesn't remember the old E3s, there's something special because of this. And again, it was day after stuff, so it was even better. But this brings back a little bit of the feeling that's been missing for quite a while now. Now, Nintendo, get off your ass, Bowser. Get back in the game. We need the big Nintendo showcase right around this time as well next year. Come on, let's do it. Anyways, great show. Thank you, chat, for being here. Everybody who was here, participating, lurking, don't care. 5 minutes, 4 hours, don't matter how long or what you did here. We appreciate you listening into us. This episode of PM and the PM has been fantastic. Mav, listen, brother, got some stuff coming up this week. We got Xbox Ultimate tomorrow night. And what else you got going on? You're going to be streaming some more Fortnite and having a little fun, casual gamer. What are you doing?
Yeah, maybe we'll stream some games this weekend. I hope so. But yeah, besides, our shows, we have Xbox Ultimate tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Mondays, FSP at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Appreciate anybody who watches any of our content, either live or later. If you hit the like button, share it out, sub to the channel, greatly helps us, and appreciate you all. Also been doing a lot more solo streams lately, just conversational talking and stuff like that. Appreciate it, Pong. So if you like that kind of stuff, just come and hang out and shoot the shit with me. I don't have like a set schedule. I try and do Sundays for that, but I kind of go when I'm available and when I got the energy and like it's got something to say, So I appreciate when you guys come and hang out on my impromptu streams as well. Pong's got a lot going on, and Living Split Screen. I really think these guys need to hit 1K soon. Let's get Living Split Screen to 1K, everybody. An amazing show Saturday mornings. But besides what I got going on, Pong, what do you got going on?
Yes. You guys know the drill. Pong Soul on Xbox, Pong Soul on Twitter. Follow me, I'll follow you back. Like Mav said, tomorrow night, Xbox Ultimate, I'll be there. Obviously, we'll have some different voices involved, but we're gonna have a great time. And then Saturday morning, like Mav just said, Steel Rain and I go live, 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. We've got some competition on Saturday morning. Gaming Circle podcast with KhAos ThEory and Everborn is fantastic. We love those dudes. But we're still on our mission 1K, and we want to get there. And again, it's me and Steel. That's what we do. We do 3+ hours. A lot of times, most times, it does go 4+. So we've got something else going on. So buckle up, be ready. If you got to come in and then drop out and go do some yard work and then come back in, we'll probably still be on. That's how we roll on Saturday mornings. But we get you ready for the weekend. Him and I just love to talk. We get the chat involved every weekend. So join us 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central Time, Living Split Screen. Split Screen is all one word. Be there. Tell a friend, bring a friend, help us get to 1K. We are closing in. So we are over 800. So we are closing in on that. But please show up and say hi. We'd love to see you there. And then Saturday nights, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. PTK Blam, Fuzzy Belvedere, and myself. And we usually have a guest. Stay tuned this week. It might be a weekend off. PTK will obviously get that out if that's the case. Got some things going on in the background for him. So again, just keep PTK in your extra thoughts in some prayers. So he's posted it publicly on Twitter if you want to go find it. But please just keep him and his family, in the extra thoughts and prayers and energy. He could use it right now. So we'll see if we go live. But otherwise, most Saturday nights we're there, and PTK has seen awesome growth over the past couple of months. It's been insane. So great to see that. That starts at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. And then, of course, next week it starts all over again. Xbox Factor Podcast, Double Barrel Gaming, Mr. Boomstick, all good things green every Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Even if I'm never there anymore, doesn't matter. Love those dudes. Always has a great panel. Be there. And then, of course, Thursday night, back here again for PM and the PM next week. Who knows what's going to be coming up next week, man? We are getting close to showtime. It's going to be fun. Well, obviously, we'll have the Sony show to talk about for sure. And Mav, you didn't mention that, did you? Next Wednesday.
Oh, that's next week. Yes. Holy shit.
Next week. Yeah, next week.
Yeah, we'll be co-streaming that show. Much like we'll be all of the other big shows around non-E3 week, whatever we call it. We'll have Summer Game Fest stream. We'll do the Xbox Showcase, the Starfield Direct, the secondary show from Xbox, Ubisoft Forward. Try and cover it all here on the channel. Hang out with as many of the Fun Spec fam that can be there as possible, and give our predictions, our live reactions, and our post comments as well. So we have a blast every year doing that, and I hope you guys tune in.
So yeah, so you might see me there. I'm going to try to work it out with work and be there for that because again, I'm excited. I even if I don't own a PlayStation, even if I don't intend to, man, it's such a good time to see new games, see stuff coming out. So I can't wait. But yeah, that'll be next Wednesday as well. But right back here Thursday, obviously Mav and I will be breaking it down for y'all. Plus whatever news comes up next week. So anyways, folks, it's the golden age of gaming. Please have a fantastic Friday. Get your weekend right. Start it out. Have a stellar weekend. And get out there. Play what you love. Love what you play. And I'm going to talk to you real soon. Mav, get us out of here. Brother, thank you all.
Yeah.
Love you.
Appreciate you all. Have a good one. Good night.